Hello. Welcome to the Superbet Chess Classic, which is happening in Romania. This is the fifth round. Here we already have MVL on the board playing against Praggnanandhaa, who is yet to reach the board. We have three players, MVL, Praggnanandhaa, and Caruana on 2.5 points out of 4, followed by Wesley, Deac, Aronian, and Firouzja on 2 points, followed by Nodirbek, Gukesh, and Duda on 1.5 point. Okay, it is going to be an exciting matchup. Yesterday, MVL played an amazing game against Gukesh with the white pieces. He opened with the Scotch opening, and today he is black. Pragg seems like about to come there, and with the black pieces, is MVL going to bring up any surprise there? Guys, this is the tournament. Here we have the other board where Gukesh is already on the table. He's playing against Duda, who was his second in the World Championship as a practice player. As Sagar mentioned, they have played more than 300 games, 300 practice games. So, wow, that's like knowing everything about each other. Gukesh is white, adjusting his pieces. A great thing about Gukesh is always ready to make a comeback. Pragg is yet to reach the board. 2 minutes to go. But everybody in the chat, कैसे हो? क्या चल रहा है? What's up? What's going on in life? Also, we have had a member even before the stream started. So, difficult to read the name, but per 26, thank you so much for upgrading the membership to promoter of Indian chess. And here we have Gukesh, Praggnanandhaa already on the board. Who's going to inaugurate? Yesterday, Garry Kasparov had come on Pragg's board to do the inauguration of the round. आज कौन आने वाला है guys? और क्या लगता है? What do you think of Pragg versus MVL? Because look at this. It's like two leaders are playing against each other. And if Pragg beats MVL, then Caruana will also have to win to join Pragg. So what do you think? I like how Pragg is, just being there 2 minutes before, also getting water. Still very relaxed. You don't see much pressure over there. And he's filling up the score sheet while MVL looks at maybe what? Pragg's handwriting or what? That's interesting. But here we have the rankings, guys. You can see three guys, MVL, Pragg, and Caruana on 2.5. 4 of them on 2 points and 3 of them on 1.5. So an interesting thing is that there is no real target. Like, one player is playing really bad and they make sure to, to beat that guy. But it's not so in this tournament, which is great. Because it's not like nobody is not in form. They are all having some games which may not have been very easy. But guys, we have summer camp going on in Phoenix Market City, Kurla. How many of you have managed to visit there? We have, yesterday was like too many people visited. Today is Sunday, expecting more people. Sagar is over there, and a lot of team has traveled from different places to be here. We have a lot of volunteers also, so it's a beautiful experience. If you're in Mumbai, around Mumbai, do try to visit the place. I love how Meg's attitude is Guki will come back. क्या बात है? Go Gukesh, says later on. Let me also show you how the atmosphere over here is. Okay, it seems like there is a handshake. I don't know if the inauguration is happening here. Yes, the inauguration is happening here. And he asks which move, and I think Gukesh says whichever. So Is he a chess player because he goes e4? What's the guess? Yasser Serevan or what? No, no. Who's the guest, guys? Any idea? Let me know. A slight smile over there. Guki takes the pawn back. Not expecting e4 on the board. What do you say? Are you expecting e4? And how's the scene here? They both are relaxed. It seems that MVL has just, got his sleep. He just woken up and then ready for the game. Oh, there's the guest. Here he goes knight c3. Over there he went e4. Wow, so they actually make a move on each board. Normally you make a move on one board, but here Pragg is like, okay, sure, I'm not playing knight c3 for sure. Guys, like the stream. We have 455 people. शुरू में ही like करो. As we say, 1000 होने के बाद Sagar will be joining the stream. So like the stream, guys. Sohish says the guest was president of European Chess Union who played Gukesh's move. Oh, thank you so much for the information. Yes, Mayur, hello there from Japan. We were just talking about that Sagar is going to go to London in the month of June for World Rapid and Blitz Teams event. So he went to Paris, he went to London. So London dekha, Paris dekha, and then we were thinking that he's yet to be at Japan. Hopefully, some big tournament will happen at Japan. Okay, they're all set, guys. What's the first move? Any guesses for Pragg? E4, D4, C4, Knight F3 या B3? क्या लगता है? Let's guess. I'm guessing Knight F3. What about you? C4, D4, B3, D4, H4. H4 नहीं बाबा. Yeah, C4 also is the second possibility for me, I think. But let's see. Wow, he's thinking over here. Pragg in this tournament has been very well prepared in the opening. He has never had any problems in the opening, and in fact, he's been always in all the games having so much more time than his opponent. After a few moves, he would generally have around 20 to 30 minutes extra. So, has managed an amazing time gap thing in the first half of the game. Second half, he uses all the time to calculate at the critical moments. Whoa! E4! Arre, kya baat hai? So many over here. But then Sicilian! Wow! Oh my god, we are in for a treat because we have been talking about यार Sicilian देखने को नहीं मिलता. But MVL keeps playing knight off and NF3 D6. Is Pragg going to go D4 for open Sicilian or will he go bishop E5 check? Wow! D4! There you go! मजा ही आ गया guys. Sicilia. Knight D4, Knight F6. So MVL writes with his right hand and plays the move with the left hand. Knight C3. I'm just gonna get the board, but this is amazing. How many of you are Sicilian lovers in the chat? How many? ठीक है, board लेके आ रही हूँ guys. Let's go to the... Also, let me prepare the bars by the time. There you go. We are at Sicilian defense and engine is on. E4, C5, Knight F3, D6, D4, CD4, Knight D4, Knight F6, Knight C3 and A6. The Knight off system. Bishop c4. So he's gone for the Sozin attack, I believe, with the white pieces, which means it's going to be swashbuckling, as Sagar says. E6 has been played. So that against this bishop, you are kind of having this granite, because if you would go e5 here, then it would not be a good idea, because you have said to the white bishop, wow, please have a very good time, and obviously black doesn't want to say that. So e6 played, and Pragg goes a3. Pragg has 1 hour 32 minutes on the clock, and oh, MVL just got up even though it was his move. What is he doing? He just removed the jacket. And for a3, let me check this. By the way, the main move, guys, here, the main line is bishop b3 with more than 5,000 games. Then you can also continue. Other option is short castle. But if you look at a3, yes, there are like 200 games, but very few in comparison to the main lines. So a3. Also, this move, if you look at it, there is no bishop b4. There is no knight c6, knight b4. So what do you think is the idea of this move a3? Why has white played a3 over here so early? Let me know in the chat. Think of it. Yes, while you guys think, I will be updating the bars here. These are all the normal moves in Sicilian. The only thing is, many times the move ordering, the timing, all of these things kind of create situations where, you know, slight deviations, and you are out of your opening preparation, like of the main line. I'm not saying MVL would of course know this. He would be able to, but he would definitely know that this is not the absolute main line, where he may generally have some novelty there. Okay, getting the bars here in 3, 2, 1, and there you go. Also, let's have a very little goal. We have 26,25,338 subscribers. So until Sagar comes, maybe we can aim at 26,25,500 subscribers, guys. 100 and whatever the number is. But एक छोटा सा goal हो जाए. But the good thing is, Pragg once again today has managed in the opening to bring a position where his opponent has gone into a thought on the 7th move. What were the answers? b4, maybe an early bishop a2 response to b5 or to, yes, b. So the point is, there is b5 which is attacking bishop on c4. Normally when black plays b5, you have some time to decide whether you want to go a3, whether you want to, even a4 is sometimes played. But over here b5 attacks, and then next move there is b4. So you need to prepare. This would be hanging, and that's why Pragg has gone with the move a3. I'm definitely going to check this even in the mega later. But for now, look at MVL. He's drinking water. He is going to take a bit of time here. Normal position, like he can continue with simple bishop e7 or knight c6 and all that thing. But abhi ke liye, let's quickly go to Gukesh's game and see what's up over there. Gukesh is playing with the white pieces. One second, yeah. So he played d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop e7. Are we at the queen's gambit? Declined here. Knight f3 and knight f6 was played. So bishop f4. Okay. Bishop f4 gives the London system vibes, but you've already played c4 over here. So, okay, bishop f4, I don't know the name of the opening as such, but what we are looking at essentially is that white will take on d5, ed5, I believe will happen. Then black will keep the bishop on b7, c5, knight d7, rook c8, and that kind of plan. Whereas for white, he will go bishop d3, short castle, rook c1, queen c2. Or generally Gukesh tries to find ideas with g4 and long castle. If that something like that happens over here, I would be surprised, because I don't think that will happen over here. But also he has to make sure that for whenever knight h5 happens, he will have a square on h2. So maybe oops, h3 is played many times with the bishop on f4. So ये देखेंगे, I think ये थोड़ा सा slow होएगा. But for now, I think this is a moment when we should analyze on Pragg's board, because MVL is going to take time and we need to know what the lines say. Time is wrong in the bars. No, Pragg has 1 hour 32 minutes. MVL has 1 hour 29. Acha, it is. Let me just refresh. G4 is very nice here in bullet. Yeah, but this is not bullet. This is Gukesh opening in World Championships. Yes, I think Gukesh would be, and maybe it is highly even possible that Duda would know certain lines which from black side will equalize very easily. And that will really make it difficult for Gukesh to make a breakthrough. So my guess is, because they've played so much and because they would know the preparation, it would be a draw. Okay, bishop e7 played by MVL. I'm just trying to go to the ChessBase board and see over here what is the line. So for a3, let me just quickly show you guys as well. Kya hai. Pragg is, by the way, back on the board, and I am expecting that he will play very quickly. So maybe he goes short castle or bishop a2. No, he goes bishop e3. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Let's see the opening line 1 second. Shifting में थोड़ा सा इधर उधर हो रहा है, but yes, there we go. Yeah, so if you look at, if you look over here, a3 bishop e, यहाँ पे a3 खेला, okay, e6 was, maybe I'll go show from the start. e4 c5 knight f3 d6 d4 cd4 knight d4. We have knight f6 here. We have, look at the number of games after a6, 4,16,000 games. Bishop c4 is the 4th played move. There is bishop e3, bishop g5, bishop e2 and bishop c4. So he goes bishop c4, the chosen attack, and here e6 is the main move which was played by MVL. And you can see bishop b3, short castle, bishop e3, bishop g5, all these moves are the main moves. Bishop b3, short castle, bishop e3, bishop g5. But Pragg went a3, which shows around 1000 games. And MVL thinks a bit because he's played knight off so much in general, and even at the top level. Even when everybody else stopped playing, he kept playing knight off. So bishop e7, I think he would know certain things over here. Bishop e7. And now you can see that there is castle with around 300 games. There is bishop e2 with around 250 games. And what Pragg does is he goes the third line, which is bishop e3. This is played by whom? David Paravian. He's played 2600. No 2700 has played it before. In fact, if I also check with the black, yeah, no 2700 games over here. Insane. And this is a slight trickiness, yeah, because bishop it could convert into the bishop e3 lines as well. So MVL will have to think a bit over here whether he wants to do short castle or b5. But if you look at the scores here, 30%, 41%, black is doing well. Black has done decently, let's say short castle, b5, bishop a2. If we just look at the natural ideas here with f3, knight b7, queen e1, knight e5. So what Pragg is basically saying is that I just don't want to go into any opening preparation of yours. I want to play an original game and can think on the board. So that's how I think he's chosen this variation. So A3. Maza aega, guys. Time to go to the main board, and MVL makes a move there. He bishop e3, he does short castle. He's short castled. Rakshit says first move may time is not accurate. First move as in as soon as you added. It gets updated after 1 or 2 moves and the time is fixed. If you will see now, MVL time is fixed. Okay, got it. Thank you. That helps because then from tomorrow I can tell the chat. Okay, quickly b5, queen e2. Oh, he played queen e2. So Pragg is not castled. Pragg played queen e2. b5, attacking the bishop. Bishop goes to a2. So another advantage of a3, as you guys had mentioned about the square as well. So a3 has stopped b4 and also created a square over here. With the bishop on b3, maybe certain problems would be there. I think sometime if there would be ideas with knight c6, knight a5 in the future, that could be it. But in general, the bishop looks better over here. Bishop goes to b7 and oh, he long castled. And look at this, guys. What Pragg is saying, he has 1 hour 32 minutes again on his clock. And this is not like the best. Like normally there will be a slight edge, right, for white in general in Sicilian. That's why black pieces are not going for a Sicilian as well. But after long castle, here Pragg is saying I'm okay, even if whatever the engine shows, I am ready for a big attack. Wow. In a way, maybe this would transpose kya in some of the bishop e3 lines. No, not really, because here it is bishop c4, bishop a2. So Pragg is going to, guys, we are going to see this kind of attack here. I'm so happy today because all these days I was saying, yeah, we don't get to see the Sicilian on top level over here. Nobody goes for open Sicilian. Even if somebody plays Sicilian, it's either Rosolimo or Moscow variation, which is like after d6, you know, you're talking about bishop b5. But today Pragg has said, no, I'm gonna show my courage for going with the open Sicilian. Maza aa gaya. e4 is hanging. No, e4 is not hanging. You have a knight here defending. Let's try to see. But if you see knight take... yes. Sorry. He went bishop b7 last move. So e4 is hanging. And that is the preparation. If black goes knight e4 over here. If black goes knight e4 over here. Guys, kya ho raha hai? Why has Pragg given a pawn? How will you continue here? How will you continue here? What will you play? Bishop e6. Bapre, you want to give a sack here. But I don't think right now it's going to help you. Firstly, I think bishop e6. There is knight takes c3, so that would be a big problem. If you take here and even after you get this knight takes c6, you are giving 2 pieces for the rook and black is happy with that. So bishop e6 ideas are, you know, you have ideas over here on this diagonal for a sacrifice for sure. And not just that, imagine the pawn reaches g6, then deflection over here, this pawn is definitely weak. Anytime a move like e5 is going to be very, very committal over there, giving up the f5 square and d5 square. So you have all of these ideas which you are aware of. But as of now, for knight e4, we have a few suggestions. Queen g4 is one of them, which looks natural that you are attacking this knight now. The problem is you cannot allow this. This is very weak with your king on c1. You cannot allow this. Also, a bishop is on e3, not on that diagonal that you have immediate g7 pe mate. So the best move over here would be, guys, digitology says knight takes e4, bishop takes e4 and f3. Okay, so knight e4, bishop e4, f3, the bishop goes back. And yeah, it's more like you will have to play this position with compensation. But instead of f3 over here, there is a good move. I would say it's a bit difficult. Pragg has played this because he's very well prepared. But if you want to find it on the board, I don't think people will go for it. Not possible. So what will you play here? What's the move? Try to karo. Mushkil hai. It's a little bit tough, I would say. Thodi mushkil hai, thodi. And it's a subtle move. I would say it's a subtle move. I like the candidate moves which we are getting. Rook g1, queen g4, g4. Bishop at 6 nahi re baba. Ooh, we have got logical, who's got the move. I don't know with what logic you got the move, but the move is h4. You're playing h4 and you are saying that I am completely fine with this material down situation. I don't even care, in fact, and I'm just preparing to attack with h4, with h5 and with h6. And you remember Pragg, this Pragg guy who has beaten Nodirbek with the same idea, with h4, h5, h6, with that annoying pawn on h6 which creates such huge issues. This time he's saying I can do that even in this position. That is something incredible. Like, what is this prep? What is this prep, man? This one is something which I'm sure he's found out, and MVL won't be prepared. MVL definitely is going to take his time because it's a juicy pawn on e4 which you capture, and not even like immediately you see that what's the problem there. It's not at all something which is obvious कि यार खाया तो blunder है. So wow, we will need to analyze this move. If bishop h4, Puranjan asks, अरे bishop h4 तो white is very happy. White is very happy. This has been opened. Let's have the first question for the chat. White to play and win, guys. White to play and win. Okay, there are two moves, but still, let's see if you can find a elegant move. इधर भी थोड़ा confusion तो है ही. If you have to go, the queen can go here also दोनों जगह पे. So chat is a bit confused. यहाँ जाए या वहाँ जाए. Okay, let's see what is the chat saying here, because we have got 17 people wanting to go queen h5 and 11 people wanting to go queen g4. And wow. Okay, but guys, the best move over here, yes, queen g4 is definitely the best move. Queen h5, which you mentioned, is not a good move. All of those who mentioned, most of you who mentioned queen g4 is not, queen h5 is not a good idea, because the bishop goes back and this is protected. This is protected. If you kick this, then there is bishop g6 and black is fine. Your queen, wherever you go, you cannot just immediately kick this bishop away. So this is fine. But the more beautiful move which will convert into queen g4 ideas would be knight takes e6. Bam, boom, bam. Gone. Fork hai yahan pe. If you take here, bishop takes e6 check. If king goes to h8, and now you go queen g4, attacking this bishop. If the bishop now goes back over here, then simple maar diya jaye, and there is a mate over here. So this is the thing, and of course, you recover the piece, but also the king is completely massacred over here. So such piece, this bishop and knight is gonna create a lot of tension there, and all of those who also mentioned direct queen g4, that works too, because you cannot move the bishop back because of queen e4. So he played what? Long castle knight bd7 was played. MVL is like, भाई मेरे को ये सब में नहीं पढ़ना है, ये झंझट ही नहीं चाहिए. Let me just go knight bd7, simply develop. I trust you. He's saying to Pragg, I trust your preparation. That knight e4 you are prepared. Hats off to you. So simply develops over here. Knight d7. Generally this knight is going to go to c5. Put pressure on e4. Make him to play f3, and because there is long castle, there are always ideas like knight a4 also to see, and a bishop on b3. If it was there, knight c5 would come with the tempo. So bishop is like calmly sitting on in his cabin, office cabin, without any disturbance. Mast बैठा है, working very well, focused completely. So ऐसा scene है. So knight b7, and Pragg again doesn't think, and he goes f3. He thinks for around 30 seconds. He goes f3 and he's like, I'm already prepared to solidify the center now that you've not taken this. And MVL has 1 hour 15 minutes. So he needed to use these 17 minutes in Sicilian. And mind you guys, in Sicilian, there will be these 2-3 very important moments when white is attacking, or even black wants to create an attack and sacrifice. Because what is one of the typical sacrifices by black? And then we will go to Gukesh's game. Oh wow, Neil Modi, you are so fast and great understanding. Rook c8, rook c3 is definitely a typical sacrifice to keep a tab on. So with long castle, यहाँ पे तो मजा आने वाला है. f3 being played. Let's come back to this very soon. I am expecting MVL to think for at least 5 minutes maybe. Quickly going to Gukesh's game. After bishop f4, short castle was played. e3 he went with, b6 ये भी देखा था, rook c1, and c5. So if you look at the time, Duda is not thinking. He has 1 hour 32 minutes on the clock, and he knows what he's doing, whereas Gukesh is trying to think, not because he doesn't know what to do. Of course he knows too many things for what to do. That is the main thing. And also to kind of deviate, as we were talking about it, when you guys have prepared so much to find something which or to just take it in more original territory. So he takes the pawn on c5 and asks Duda whether you are going to pick up the pawn with the bishop or the pawn. So Duda takes with the pawn, because if he would take with the bishop, then would happen c takes d5, and maybe after knight d5 what? Yes, an isolated pawn over here. So dc5, bc5 has been played, and Gukesh is thinking, can he create hanging pawns, or it will be a bit too early? Takes. Yeah, if takes ed5, that should be good. But yeah, black will be able to get this square also, has an option to develop to e6 and all that. So maybe not to take here, no need to hurry at all. This is better. So I think he will not take here. He'll develop this bishop. Bishop e2 is the move which has been played in a few games by white. Not bishop d3, because can d4 ideas later. Bishop e7. Actually, this is also fine. So we'll see. This is a very opening stage. We will come back here. Duda is going to take his time. Let's move to the very interesting opening right now with Praggnanandhaa. f3. And MVL is taking his time. So guys, like the stream. We have 1k people. I don't know how many likes we have, but whether we have finished 600 likes or not, I don't know. Guys, please confirm. Like karo. Sagar is gonna come back from Phoenix Market City, Kurla. It's Sunday today. A lot of people were going to come. It was at 2 to 8, but he will come back sooner. I hope so. And what is the move? Let's analyze here. Black say, what will you play? Rook c8 is one move. And one more tactics. Guys, there is one more tactical idea for black which I want to ask you. After this rook is over here on the c file, let me not give you a hint. Yeah, black to play and a tactic which white should be careful about. I will, maybe you can share the theme of that tactic which I am trying to ask you. Socho. Maybe I'll give you a hint of the theme, okay? The theme is pin, deflection, double attack, disco. What do you think? What is the tactic I am talking about? So one idea which we have already discussed is rook c3, a sacrifice, an exchange sacrifice to be alert about where the pawn structure would be completely massacred. But obviously, you will need other pieces also to help. But can anyone tell me a theme, tactical theme? Yes, very cool. We have joy, we have majestic and pilot. The idea of right now may not be working, but d5, look at this kind of a discovered attack where you will be able to take bishop takes a3, deflect this pawn, and then rook takes c3. And then this is also an isolated pawn. This is also weak. So this is a tactic which white will have to be alert because he has played this move a3. He will have to be alert. And otherwise as well, in Sicilian for black, d5 break is very important. If he gets d5, which means that, you know, it's like just opening up the position, the opening up the center, the pieces are going to be just completely kind of getting a lot of piece activity. So a successful d5 break and black is happy. That's where white is always making sure that black doesn't get a successful break. Rook c8 has been played and Pragg very quickly goes queen e1. He's not even thinking. And that is the best engine move. Oh my god. Guys, firstly, as of now, let's have Pragg OP for the opening. And for the time management and for his preparation, if he manages to out-prepare MVL, who has been a knight of expert, then crazy हो रहा है, मजा आ रहा है यार. We are definitely missing Sagar Shah for sure. But let's see where Sagar is. Hello, Sagar.
Yes.
Sagar, would you like to join the Zoom call for 2 minutes?
Sure. Can you send me the link?
I have already.
Okay.
Yeah, guys, Sagar is. Joining the link for a while. That's gonna be cool. So that, you know, in that 2 minutes, we'll get a bit of an idea what's happening there, wherever he is. And in the studio. Okay, look at Pragg and MVL here. After Queen e1, MVL has gone into a thought. He's down to 1 hour 8 minutes. Pragg has made sure he has almost 25 minutes extra in a very, very crucial game between the two leaders. Both are on 2.5 out of 4. This is the 5th round. If Pragg beats MVL, I am guessing he would be a sole lead, but let's not go ahead of time. This is just the opening year. But I'm amazed with his preparation. And Queen E1, what is the idea, guys? What is the idea from for Queen E1? Why has he gone Queen E1? Let me go for a full screen. Look at MVL, the way he expressed just right now. Like, whoa, I have to calculate a lot. ये तो easy नहीं है. क्या ही हो रहा है? Sagar Shah is making us wait. So we will. I'm just prepared over here. If he joins, you guys will be able to hear him immediately so that we don't have to wait for it. Hopefully I won't mess it up. But ठीक है, अभी तो he's not joining. So let's. Yeah, let's stay here for a while until he joins. I think he might take a minute or two. But Queen E1, what is the idea, guys? That is the question here. Queen E1 does two jobs, says Learn with Anil, supports the C3 knight, also has to jump on the G and H file if needed. Very good. Absolutely rightly spotted, because we were talking about this rook who is ready to, who is looking at sacrificing over here. Let's suppose, okay, I want to check it out once. If white goes king b1, okay, the prophylactic move which we talk about, then the question to you guys is rook c3 over here a good move or a bad move? Is this exchange sack a good move or a bad move? Good, bad, good. Probably not good here, says Neil. Good. Many of you are liking, but guys, very surprisingly, even when black doesn't have many pieces around, it's a very good move. It's a very powerful move. Like, just works over here. Rook c3, b takes c3. This has been weakened, this has been weakened. And black doesn't need to do anything in terms of check mate वगैरह कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है. He doesn't need anything. He can go slow. Like now, look at it. Without the knight here, you get the d5 break. You get the bishop opening up here, attacking the a3. You are also attacking the e4 pawn. If he takes here, then black is like, oh, very happy with even bishop d5, exchanging this piece here, which is protecting the king. And when the knight will jump in, attacking c3, it looks very bad for white. So it was very important that rook c8 is giving a direct threat of rook c3, not even waiting that I need to get my pieces वगैरह कुछ नहीं. It was a very good positional sack on the spot. So queen e1 was an important move by Pragg, which he plays, and he's prepared as well. and he has got a success. We can now say that Pragg has managed to do the, version 1 of it, of out preparing his opponent. Out preparing means Pragg is better prepared here, and MVL has to take time, so 30 minutes more almost on the clock with the white pieces and with MVL's favorite opening on the board. We have this position at a very critical fifth round where both of them are leading 2.5 out of 4. So, maza hi aa raha hai. Guys, this is something which we did not expect to happen, a Sicilian, but it has happened. And knight e5 played, and I am still very curious to see, is Pragg going to make his next move like within a minute or 2 minutes at the most, like anything that is 1 hour 30 minutes and above. With Nodirbek, for first 15 moves, he had more than 1 hour 30 minutes on the clock. Here we are at 13th move. This will be the 14th move by Praggnanandhaa, but he's not on the board, just about to come and seize the move. I think for black it was one of the most natural move to jump into c4 over here, so he would be prepared here. And he also drinks water, which does say that, okay, I have seen this move. I mean, we want to guess it that way. He's saying that. So what will be his next move? Will it be the prophylactic king b1, so that many times this bishop a3 will also come with a check otherwise, or these ideas? Or will he say, no, I don't want to spend my time there? He will start with an attack with either h4, and no, g4 looks slightly weak, but maybe h4. So the question is, he still has 1 minute 16 seconds. I mean, in terms of to keep the time on 1 hour 30 minutes. Yeah, king b1 makes sense. And in Sicilian, you generally go king b1 very quickly. It's also waiting move. It's also a move to ask your opponent. But in this regard, like if you go king b1 or even h4 for that matter, knight c4 is quickly jumping in. And oh, this dark square bishop is attacked. If you take this with the bishop takes c4, then black will... If black takes bc4, white is very happy, because the c file is closed. Rook c8 now looks senseless. Even to create something here, he'll have to go rook b8, but then the king will tuck in even further. So right now, in this kind of situation, bc4 doesn't look good. So black will have to take with the rook over here. Rook takes c4, and this position, the Indians like for black, yeah? So after king b1, knight c4, let's say if you try to save this bishop, the problem is there is still a lot of things happening. I don't know if bishop c1 looks like a little bit of passive move, and then black should be a bit happier developing the queen. Okay, one quick tactical question. Queen a5, I thought is a mistake, but not really. Oh yeah, it is. Guys, what is the move here? Thoda sa socho, because it can get trappy. White to play. What will you do? What's the move? Think. It's a good question. And for a moment, knight... Okay, I have got at least 10 people here who are saying knight d5. That is Neil, Monty, Trisha, Ruhan, Allrounder, Manas, Rachit and Jojo. But all those who said bishop c4, my family, Swagger and Jojo, well done. Because guys, what... that was the trap, actually speaking. The problem with knight d5 is the queen was defended. The queen was defended on a5. So it wasn't working if you go knight d5 directly. It was a big blunder. Shanti se capture and the piece is gone. Disco attack, while you give a disco, it's important to see that whether the piece is defended or not. So bishop c4 first and then knight d5. And then obviously we know if queen takes e1, there is this check, intermezzo, and white wins a piece. So this intermezzo is very important. and a typical Sicilian tactic. Many times this queen is on d2. So knight e5 ko, Pragg is taking his time, which means that yes, Pragg would be prepared, but he'll still have to calculate all of these things, and he has to decide whether he wants to go king b1 or maybe he wants to start something over here. But the question is, if Pragg starts already with a move like h4 and now goes knight c4, and now he says, okay, it doesn't matter, and I still go g4. For a moment, it feels like a worry that what if black picks this bishop, but interestingly, after knight e3, queen e3, white is doing so fine, because this knight went 1, 2, 3, 4, and as of now, these pawns are rolling. These pawns are rolling too quick, and that is the reason this bishop over here, the pawns rolling, g6 ideas, and the knight staying on c4. This is a position where you are able to consider the exchange of the dark square bishop against the knight. So this is always a big question, when to be okay to give the dark square bishop or when it is absolutely a bad idea. So knight e5 has been played, and I think maybe now looking at things, maybe Pragg is going to start with h4 g4 attack and not slow it down with king b1. This looks like it. White should never go bishop e6, knight e6. Yeah, actually white shouldn't play takes knight e6 unless he's getting only for the 2 pieces for a rook. Definitely not. It can't be a good idea. But the knight on e7 has no escape square. Ooh, look whom we have. 1 second, guys.
Hello, Amruta.
Hello, Sagar. Screen dekho. Hi. Wait, I would show you on
Hello,
the
Amruta.
full screen.
Oh, hello, Gukesh. Gukesh versus Duda. Wow. Pragg versus MVL.
And you have
Amazing.
no idea, Sagar, कि क्या हो रहा है वहाँ पे तो.
Guys, हेल्थ चेस पे कंट्रीब्यूट करो दोस्तों. मैं इतने दिनों से सिर्फ जीनो चेस देख रहा हूँ.
जिंग चश्मा पहनो ठीक से.
Okay. So,
बट रुक,
Amruta,
तुमको
this is
कैसे
where
इधर
I
में.
am. If you can you do that zoom full screen है? देखो एक सीन है लेफ्ट में.
लेफ्ट में जूम फुल स्क्रीन है क्या? जूम. ओ या.
Zoom करके हाँ.
यस.
ये देखो. So now
थोड़ा
this
सा
is the
ब्लरी
cam.
है.
It might be a little blurred. थोड़ा blurry है because my internet might not be best, but there are so many people here learning, like for example solving sheets यहाँ पे, and we have like at least today we had more than 150 people who came and learned chess here, all of different ages, very young
So
kids,
cute.
old people, and this is not just the camp here, but if we go behind, we also have like a solving contest today. It's called the, and here there are more than 30 people who are solving this. It's actually an international tournament of chess solving, which is happening
Whoa.
here. And we have all the people sitting here
Wow.
and solving very, very seriously.
Shatnik has shortlisted the positions.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Amazing.
Shatan's initiative, and it is also happening here. So actually today we have like an epic day, Sunday. So many people like fully focused and engrossed, and it's happening in this mall and Phoenix Market City. And here we see our very beloved Harshit Bhai is here.
अरे हर्षित
It's
भाई
he's going to
joining
do
the
the Simul.
stream.
Yes, Harshit Bhai today joining early, and we see here people playing Bug House. No, not Bug House. Just Bug House. Yeah, Bug House.
And how's our
So there's
stall?
also a lot of.
Stall किधर है?
There is also fun. There is a stall ahead. बहुत सारे लोग.
That king is huge and beautiful. It's
Yeah, the
like a
king is here.
monument only over there, guys.
यहाँ पे stall है. You can see there
Wow.
are all the books and everything here.
What are the
We
books?
have
दो
also
तीन नाम बताना.
Pranali, Raju. Guys, you are on live
अरे,
stream.
so cool. So
हाँ,
cool.
तो इसके लिए ये
सागर
and
दो
here
तीन नाम बताना स्टॉल
तीन
के
नाम
बुक
बताओ बुक
हाँ
का.
फॉर
We have
इंटरमीडिएट प्लेयर्स they generally want to know all the
है.
time.
We have
Woodpecker
Gukesh
method.
as well. Gukesh का जो ये है
DVD attack.
Attack Like a Grandmaster. Then
Yes.
ChessBase 18 is here.
Wow.
Then we also have Chess Stories. Then Anand Files. Checkmate Patterns Manual. Reassess Your Chess. बहुत सारे अच्छे
1000
अच्छे बुक्स है. We also have Chesspa Meets Bookie. अलग अलग chess set है. So it's
so
very cool.
so cool मस्त है too good.
There are some T-shirts here.
Very nice.
So a lot of people come and see it, and then people register here. यहाँ पर the registration desk, and then there's all the sheets here, so people can get all the sheets to solve.
Wow, Sagar, for a moment, this was amazing. People in the chat are saying amazing initiative, missed it करके. I am unlucky to be in Rajasthan, says back to chess. Sagar भाई आपने भी solve किया क्या आज कुछ ऐसा? Rachit is asking. AMK saying lovely setup and view,
I'm actually
Sagar, very exciting.
to solve. I want to solve more.
Okay, तुम्हारा
बहुत
इंटरनेट बहुत खराब है इंटरनेट.
Okay.
But look at
बाद
this,
में
Sagar,
आता हूँ
before
मैं
you
थोड़ी
leave,
देर में घर पे.
look at this. Oops, look at this.
दोनों सेम लग रहा है.
नहीं ये देखो. Sicilian Night Off on the board. Pragg versus
Wow.
MVL.
MVL's position looks nice actually.
Arey, but Pragg is out-prepared him. And now this is all preparation, so obviously that will help you. MVL position-wise is fine, but
And what about
H4
Gukesh?
played. Gukesh versus Duda. Yes, please explain this in a little bit. If you are able to see. 1 second. Yeah. Rook c1 ये हुआ, c5, dc5, b takes c5, he went bishop d3 and knight c6. Gukesh is taking some time. Okay, now they are almost on equal time. I think it is difficult, right?
Now I think Gukesh is thinking should he take on d5 or should he play castles? Because if he plays castles, then d4, ed, cd, and then this position is a bit complicated and yeah. Not so sure. Bishop c5.
Yeah, white is better, says the engine over here. Engine is happy for white in this position.
Yes. So, okay, today both interesting games.
Yeah, this I think this is going interesting because I think hanging pawns could happen, isolated pawn could happen, फिर बहुत सारा piece activity, and Duda we know very creative as well as Gukesh. So, only thing is because they have played so much, I don't know sometimes, whether it would just completely lead to a drawish kind of a position.
Yeah, interesting to see.
Yep.
Cool, Amruta.
Okay,
I'll come
thanks
back
for
now.
joining,
Very cool and
Sagar.
join you.
Yes, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Ooh, look at that. Look at MVL, guys. Look at MVL. Rubbing his eyes, thinking of... Is he completely disappointed with his position? Because that is not possible. But he definitely knows that he has to figure out a lot of things. Guys, but kaisa laga? The camp looked so beautiful, so many things happening over there. It was a huge space at Phoenix. So thanks to them, a big thanks in fact. And I don't know how many of you who are watching this stream are from Mumbai. कहाँ पे रहते हो मुंबई में guys? अरे प्रिशा, thank you. Do this in Ganganagar. Where is Ganganagar? H4 played. Now time to go back to the main scene and go delve into the analysis. Well, one person had asked a very important question there. about if queen a5. When was that? Okay, maybe we were looking at king b1, knight c4, bishop c1, queen a5, and here we spoke about takes, knight d5, queen e1, right? Where the intermezzo was a check, and he asked that even if you get this bishop, your knight is trapped. Yes, the knight is trapped, but if you count the material here, let's say white is the material is equal, and when you save your knight, you're getting some pawn, like wherever you go. So if you go knight f5, for example, d6 is weak without the dark square bishop. You take this, I take this, and again this is under attack. If you try to save this, then e5, and again look at this. So overall the position is clearly better, material up, and so on. So h4 played by Praggnanandhaa, but that was a good question. H4 played over here, and I like this because it is, you're not wasting any time. Like what time, and time is important wala scene. Every fraction of second counts. So in this situation, though we know the move prophylactic king b1, and it was also fine. It was also okay to go for, but it kind of rolls the ball to the black side. And here with h4, black has to start thinking कि यहाँ पे knight c4 the most natural move if you go for, whether it is good or not. And MVL has to do all these calculations, where one more time he comes to a position where white ke liye, when he considers the candidate move ideas, he will have to think of bishop c4, he will have to think of king b1, he will also have to think of g4, h5. So you see, because there are so many variables here, it's not like one clear line. So this is a bit time consuming thing, and 30 minutes of time gap. Pragg having these 30 minutes more, he may not be at his board and not on the chair, but wherever he's walking, he's of course calculating. He's calculating his, if he manages to use and keep this time gap as much as possible, then this could lead to a huge pressure on MVL after this is 14th move by Pragg. So let's say क्या खेलेगा यहाँ पे g4 is a move which I really like. It's very quick, very fast, and asks important questions. As we were looking at, knight e3 was not a very good idea, because after takes there is g5, g6 incoming very quickly. So instead of that, what is it that black can think about? Like, you need to find a good move for black. We know that queen a5 idea always has a problem because of takes and knight d5. Okay, so then to think of a move for black is not so easy. Next would be maybe d5, because that is another natural move. You want to take a central break, but whenever d5 is played in such a scenario, what is a good move by white to play, guys? Find a good move. Lark is saying no, MVL was doing the same yesterday. He was tired. Sometimes we are reading too much from body language. Yes, that's possible too. Actually, yes. जोगेश्वरी, नवी मुंबई, अरे फिर तो आ जाओ. Rajasthan, we do have our clips editor staying there, so yes, it should be possible sometime. Amruta, are there chess camps there on every Saturday in Phoenix Mall? Every Saturday we have a club, 5 to 7. You can come there, people are playing chess. You can discuss, you can make friends. Thank you, Golu. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, yeah, tomorrow is a rest day for this event. So we'll have a rest day, and 13th again we will meet. Yeah, we will be doing online courses also, but there is a lot of, books are different for sure. It could depend, obviously, when people don't like to read books. Nowadays, youngsters are more into digital, but chess books still, we were thinking a few years ago that they would be gone. But actually, it's not happening. The chess books, players are just going for it. So many of the classics, like let's say My System, Soviet Chess Primer, like these have all these elements of chess, like the very beginning elements of what are the important factors and the features in the games, and the way you learn is very different. Whereas sometimes online you have so much information that you don't even know what to kind of take it in. So yeah, but we have some amazing courses as well. Uh, and we will be building more. But yeah, Pragg is back. Knight of d7 played, and the best move found by MVL. He says that I am going for a prophylactic knight d7, already preparing against your g4, g5. Because now if I go g4, now knight c4 is a fine move in general. What else for Pragg? He might also push this pawn h5, because we have seen him putting h4 ka h5. And now after h4 h5, if this is clear that black knight next move is going to go to c4, उसमें कोई doubt ही नहीं है. The question here is for Pragg whether he will still go h6 and say that this is something I'm creating, once again the alpha 0 kind of a scenario. g6 here, you cannot allow this opening of the thing for sure. Wait, if I go knight takes e3 and hg7, knight takes d1 looks really bad, but somehow the computer is like black is fine. Wow. Because of I don't know, black is fine. Wow, insane evaluation, yeah. Crazy evaluation. I would feel that white is so much better, but not really. Not really. So it's highly possible that in this game, the calculations are one thing, but the evaluations are going to be another. And if Pragg, I don't know how well he's prepared in terms of the depth of this line and the ideas and there, because then you are also knowing the interesting evaluations. So dekhte hai. So knight c4 we were looking at. Knight of d7 ke baad. Guys, any other suggestions for white? But wait a second. Let's quickly check Gukesh's game, because that was going and moving towards some interesting middle game. Yep. There you go. Bishop d3, knight c6 was played. And as we were discussing with Sagar, short castle happened on the board. No d4 ideas. Bishop went to a6 on this diagonal, asking what are you planning for this pawn. And right now, maybe c takes d5 is one idea, or b3 to solidify. But the problem with b3 is that if you take, then two isolated pawns, whom does it favor? Bishop c4, or maybe b takes c4, and it feels that can black attack this? Knight a5 attacking over here. But then once your knight moves to a5, it leaves the control of the e5 square. So the knight on f3 can jump into e5. And you have to be careful, because knight c6 would be deadly if you allow me knight c6. Yep. And then this knight is also jumping to b5. Okay, so that looks very good for white if you take here b3. So b3 is an option. What the other option is to take here, saying that this is attacked. This would be a huge blunder because you lose a piece. So it's a disco effect. And if bishop takes d3, now if you want to see whether you will capture the knight or the bishop, obviously the bishop first, because if you take here, firstly this is protect. Oh, no. It's a blunder, because you also lose the f1 rook. So you will capture on d3, and e takes d5. And then we have this structure which is called as hanging pawns. And you can see they both these pawns are on the open file, semi-open file for white. They are the target. One of them will be pushed forward. Either the structure will become like c4 d5, where d5 becomes the base of the pawn chain and will be very weak and targeted, or At some point d4 will happen, and after exchanges black will have a passer, so it will of course be the isolated pawn, so it will also be a weak pawn, or it would be a very solid passer. That's what. So ed5. So this is a possibility of hanging pawn where Gukesh is also very happy about it, right? So bishop d3. In fact, after bishop a6, cd5 is a good move, and bishop d3 is forced, queen d3, and black needs to take this pawn not with this pawn but say knight takes d5, and be very okay with an isolated pawn on the c file. Wow, interesting. Very okay. Yep, knight d5. Itachi says, Christian just said, Pragg seems very confident and Maxim seems difficulty in remembering the position. Yeah, I think so. I think so that it is... it's going to be a little difficult for MVL for sure. He's still... Okay, he did make a move. We'll go there. But I think Gukesh is moving towards this very slight initiative, and the time is 58 minutes for Gukesh. He should take the pawn on d5. Of b3 is also a fine move, but I'm guessing he will take on d5, and Duda is having 1 hour 9 minutes. They are only on move number 10th. So if we remember, after another 10 moves, it would be a intense time pressure, and this game would... Maybe I'm expecting it to go a little bit crazy. Going to Pragg's game, after h4, knight of e7, Pragg is taking his time, and I think it's an important moment to take time. It's good that he's not rushing into it. He will be thinking of h5 or g4. Which of the two moves do you like, guys? h5 or g4? Oh, adapt us. Can we check Vaishali game? Yes, that also would have started. We'll check some Asian individual games as well. Vaishali games as well. देखेंगे ही. h5, 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 g4, h5. I think you both are liking, you all are liking like equally kind of a thing. Today is the... You both are liking equally g4 and h5. दोनों अच्छा लग रहा है. There's another move which we have been talking about is king b1. Oh, he goes king b1. Pragg chooses to, go for the prophylactic move with king b1 and says, because exactly both these moves were good and like you could consider, he's like, let me see what you're doing next. Based on that, I will decide whether I want to push the h pawn first or whether I want to go g4. Because in any case, at some point, I have to go king b1. So he goes king b1. Now that the knight has moved back, I also want to see that if knight c4, which is what is going to happen, then this is attacked. और क्या aggressive ideas, guys, you can see. One is g4, one is bishop c1. Natural feels like, saving this bishop again and again. But with bishop c1, this time black has also vacated a square, so bishop f6 on this diagonal would be possible. One idea, just as an idea. In fact, to also check a move like d5 whether it can work, but e takes d5 here, e takes d5 here, and knight will jump to f5, attacking this with the queen here, very well defended. So you don't have any time for any ideas like beat knight a3 because this is very well defended. So it doesn't work. So d5 now becomes very difficult once the knight has gone back, and that makes it easier to go king b1. But for knight c4, as we have seen and understood, it can be also okay to consider ideas by giving this bishop. But I like bishop c1 because in the long term, it can prove to be very powerful if this pawn reaches h6 and the dark squares will become weak. If black doesn't go knight c4, then what else? Like if he, let's say, tries to move queen c7, But then bringing the queen in front of the rook over here, still there will be these ideas of knight c4, knight a3, because you have two attackers and I have only one defender. And in this scenario, white again has to. Indian is very happy for white. Indian says that, yeah, go h5 and go ahead with your plan. This looks great. And if knight c4, don't let it stay there. Now the time is right to give up the a2 bishop. It's done its job. Queen takes c4. And, oh, too many options, but even g4. g4 looks good. But what about h6 here? Is h6 a bad idea? It's a fine idea, but maybe to first go g4 with the idea of g5. And you know, this always, d5 always looks like a move to calculate. Ki kya ho raha hai bhai? Ki mara, if takes, then there is knight f5, but what if bishop takes a3 over here? And these are all the calculations you have to make it. But MVL goes knight c4 and has asked Pragg an important decision, whether he saves his dark square bishop or not. Guys, an important decision. Oh, Prisha says CD bishop d3 and queen d3 happened in Gukesh's game. Wow, we will also go there. Rajni says Pragg doing his things calmly. Then all of a sudden, boom, MVL would know what's just happened. Yeah, we are all hoping for that. Pragg is now using his time. He's down to 1 hour 15 minutes. This is 15th move done by black, knight c4. We have to make 25 moves, and if MVL has to think for 2-3 moves, very long thought, then he would already be in a big time trouble. So Pragg will try that, but देखते हैं क्या होएगा. Don't save. Keep pushing the G pawn. That's what Kaushik is saying. Yes, moving the G pawn is also good. In fact, there is one move which the engine says, which is kind of a bit weird, and which is rook h3. And I don't understand much this move, because you take here, this knight jumps in, and the whole plan is being changed. F4. Oh, you're using it as a defender, and you are not planning to move the G pawn then. H5, and at some point, you might even go F5. Okay, very interesting. Very interesting idea. Like, it's creative idea. Whether over here it's good or not, I don't know, but definitely a creative idea to look at the defense, and as well as how it can also be a part of attack. Beautiful concept. So knight c4 has been played, and Gukesh's game. Let's have a look at this. cd5 was played, bishop d3, queen d3, and an important moment for Duda. Will he capture with the e pawn or the knight? Because ed5 is a mistake, is a, you can say, positional error. Yes, but Duda knows that. Duda knows it all. He goes knight takes d5. He doesn't even take too much time, in fact. But 5 minutes almost he takes and captures with the knight. And asks Gukesh, now your bishop is attacked. Do you plan to save it? Again, Gukesh also has to decide what to do with the dark square bishop. Is it a good idea to give it up or to save? The position looks quite open, so it feels more natural to take it back. So I think Gukesh will go bishop g3. And if you also go knight d5, that's a question. The same way as we were looking at, ed5 would be a mistake. It gives the same thing, rook d1 and this pressure over here. So queen d5 would be important here. Oh, Gukesh actually takes knight d5. Oh, and queen d5 quickly captured by Duda. Oh man, he just knows it. And now he is ready for these hanging pawns. You know, guys, why? Because if rook f d1, then he knows this. There is no queen here. The square is vacated. Quickly comes the rook to d8, defends the d5 pawn. Less pieces, only 2 rooks, only 2 minor pieces. So that's what his plan is about. Wow. Okay, I would definitely think of this position as a very slight initiative for white because of the hanging pawns. But normally to put pressure over here, you don't even have a light square bishop, you don't have the knight on c3, so black is doing fine. Actually, black is doing fine. Maybe Gukesh will not take this because maybe an isolated pawn is better to keep playing. But then a2 is attacked. He has to decide what to do because that would be important. Then you have to take the queen back, and oh, not easy decisions there. Yes, Srirang, Sagar has gone to the club. In fact, he had joined the Zoom as well for some time. It was blurry, but we did got a very good glimpse of everything. The chat was here. Let's now check. Pragg is in a deep thought. In fact, after king b1, knight c4, he is down to 1 hour 11 minutes. Still a 20-minute advantage on the clock. And as we were talking about, a big decision. And this is something where, you know, you start getting a lot of options. It's not like this is the only decision. There's so many decisions here, and that's why, like, Sicilian is not easy, guys. Not easy. Oh, let's quickly check out. Oh, arey, happy birthday, Shrirang. That's so cool. Even today, I think Harshit's mother's birthday is there, like he mentioned yesterday. Look at this, Asian individual is going on, guys, and Murli Karthikeyan is playing on board number 1. He's better against Alexei Grebnev over here. C6 was the last move, and whoa. Okay, find the best move for white very quickly. At least 20 people, I am guessing, if you can find best move for white. Guys, like the stream while you think. When Sagar comes back, we should be having 1,000 likes. Just as Vaishali was, yes, Vaishali lost with Zoo Jenner yesterday. That was, actually it was supposed to be a draw, but yeah. Bishop e6, bishop e6. Everyone wants to play bishop e6, but guys, bishop e6 ko queen takes e6 comes with a check. So the boom bam move is boom bam. बूम बाम मूव ढूंढो रे गए, नहीं तो मैं सवाल नहीं पूछती थी. Nobody has found. 20 people have written a wrong answer. कैसे? Crazy. Still nobody has found. Okay, finally we have one person. Ansh Agarwal. Okay, Jash, Yukti, Surya, Aditya, Shantanu. Yeah, that's a good one. Queen g7 check. You deflect this first and then take bishop takes e6 and then take over here, and you are a pawn up. So this is a tactic right now. Will Murli find it or not? Because if he finds it, then wow, on top board he would be close to victory. In this game, Inian lost against Daneshwar Bardia, and Nihal is playing with the white pieces against Sergey Lobanov. 2-5, 2-7. Nihal having 21 minutes. They are on move number 21. They both have to make 19 moves in 21 minutes and 26 minutes. Okay. But the position seems a bit... This passer has really reached here and beautifully protected by all the guys. And the blockader is a bishop. When we say knights are the best blockader, but in this case, the bishop has to blockade. Actually, black looks pretty okay here. In fact, black is a pawn up. There is compensation with white, but I think this looks okay for black. And then we have Leon, who is playing 10 minutes on the clock, but he's better. In fact, he's an exchange down, but look at the number of pawns he's having. He's having 3 pawns and a bishop for a rook, which is actually a pawn up equal to a pawn up, but his king is slightly weak, but on f7 it is actually getting a shelter. Okay, Leon has a very nice position. We have Harshvardhan and Abhimanyu playing against each other. Abhimanyu better with a good bishop versus a bad bishop, though equal pawns. Look at the king. The king is a piece in the endgame. Then we have Pranesh, who is playing against Aki. Oh, okay, very cool. There was a shot here. Knight takes g7, beautiful shot. If king takes g7, then what is the move, guys? Tactics, tactics, tactics. LPDO, 20 people should find it. White to play. Forced move. Yes, easy tactic over here. Oh, so cool, so cool. We have got all the right answers. Neil, Alston, Ahmed, Josh, Pushkar, Gaurav, Adapt, Arjun, Aditya, and Ninja. Well done, guys. That's the move there. Queen g4 check, and you pick up the rook on c8. It's not defended. Loose pieces drop off. So knight g7, and Imangali Akhilbe, the FM, has missed it. So 2 3 4 6, and Pranesh is definitely very alert, very sharp for such tactics. We have Pranit Vupalla with the white pieces slightly in trouble. Opposite colored bishop, but black's white pawn structure looks really bad. Pranav Anand versus Sri Hari. Sri Hari is better. So, and Ilam Parthi is playing slightly worse, but looks like could hold this. Okay, guys, this was the thing right now. Prathamesh drew. Let's go to Vaishali's game. What is she doing? Because today, is there a Sicilian as well over there or not? Because Vaishali's games, we are able to see a lot of Sicilians. Today she was white, but her opponent played e4, e5. Olga Badelga, and she has, oh, this knight c3. b5. They are thinking from the opening quite an original position. A nicely placed bishop. Queen is also over here. A lot of attack looks like incoming. Some maneuver over here could be possible. Knight e2, knight g3, knight f5. And with this bishop over here, at some point even this a4 break would be a little. Also, I don't know what about the bishop on c8 with such a looks good for Vaishali for now, guys. Looks good. Now, time to go to Praggnanandhaa's game because he's still thinking. In fact, he has been thinking for 12 minutes. Over here. Yeah? अरे शरण्य is saying I have exams. तो रोने का काय को? Just पढ़ने का मस्त. Enjoy it. Enjoy everything, guys. Whatever you do, just enjoy what you're doing. Knight c4, and Pragg is taking his time. What about Gukesh? Has he made the move? Because, oh yeah, few things have happened over here. Knight takes d5, queen d5, queen b1. Gukesh is saying like, I want the queens on the board, and you better take care at some point. I'm keeping an eye over there with my silent queen. e5 played by Duda. Oh, so good, man. You know, this was like the best move he could play because the other tempting move was knight b4, putting more pressure over here. And for a3, going knight d3. Yeah, this was so tempting for black. If rook d1, then c4. You see, normally the knight would love to be on the 6th rank over here, and especially when it is protected by a pawn and can never be attacked by opponent's pawn. It's like in his best days of my life wala situation, summer of 69 wala situation. So, but in spite of this tempting possibility here, Duda did not go for this. Let me ask you a tough question. White to play, what will you play? Nothing like winning or something, but still an important move to make. White to play, guys. What will you play? Anu is saying, how can one enjoy exams? You have to enjoy studying, basically. Because either you need to have a convincing power. If you don't enjoy studying, you have to convince your parents, yeah, that I don't enjoy studying. So either you do that, but if you're not able to do that, then you have to enjoy studying at the end of it. Because what is not going to work is to just not enjoy something and doing it at the end of it. थोड़ा भी करो, मजे से करो, and then also find things what you like, keep doing them. Anno says I have chemistry. क्या बात है? JEE has been postponed. But whoever's exams have been postponed, and all of you guys who were in the rhythm to study, what I would suggest is keep that rhythm going. Don't let it stop. Many times it all happens on the last moment. If you really enjoy studying, then I believe many people will study every day. But if you have other activities also, in general, try to be consistent with whatever you're doing. Yeah, that's the sad part about education also, in a way, that even if you don't enjoy, you have to. Okay, the move over here, actually, how many people have got this answer? Let me quickly show you. Knight e5, Prasad, Neil, Jojo, Kaleidoscope, Make, Somendra, Dream, Aryan, Dark, and Ankush. Absolutely well done. I also like that people were thinking of b3 and knight e1 and all these other moves. They are like ideas to consider, so that's good. But here knight e5 would be a powerful move, threatening to win a pawn, and if rook d8 to support, now b3 to deflect this. And black has a serious question what to do, because with this knight here you're also threatening knight takes c4, and if he goes bishop takes a3, would be a big blunder, because b takes c4 comes with an attack on the queen, and when the queen moves, because you have removed the defender on c4, it's as good as a double attack. A very very interesting form of double attack, yeah guys, through this b takes c4. So Duda didn't even think of going into anything. He simply played e5, that too very quickly, and Gukesh goes back with the bishop to g3, and now looks tempting e4 over here. Rook f d1, you will attack the queen will go back. Maybe something like this we might see, yeah. Oh, this can get very complex with the pawn on e4. Oh my god, black can literally start with an attack. I think it's gonna happen, but this c5 is pretty weak. Wow. Okay, what about Praggnanandhaa there? Praggnanandhaa has made a move. He goes bishop c1, and let's see how many minutes. 14 minutes he thought, and he has gone bishop c1. 3 minutes ago he went bishop c1, and I love it that he has kept the dark square bishop on the board. This bishop is going to be protecting these important points, at the same time keeping an eye for the attack. So very cool. I like this move very much, guys. क्या लग रहा है, कैसे लग रहा है? How are you feeling, all of you? Oh, trash cans is coming to Mumbai. Then you have to go to Phoenix Market City. There we have a summer camp going on. 15th is the rest day at the summer camp. 14th it ends. You should try to visit there. And there is also other, from 16, 17, 18 in inter-school tournament at Phoenix only. So a lot of things happening. Shlok is saying that rhythm is transferred to chess. हाँ guys, ऐसे देखना कि your exam you might think it is postponed but it is on the same day and then you will be sitting at home and watching the stream and then हमें मत बताओ, थोड़ा सा ध्यान से देखना. It's JK says it's hard to stay consistent when things don't go your way, like studying for competitive exams after failing, playing next game after losing a tournament. Yeah, but that is the training, right? Like initially anything is hard, anything where you want to fight back seems hard, but that is what develops the mental strength. And when you keep doing that again and again, fighting back, like making a comeback, we have seen so many times, even Gukesh for that matter, or take all these top chess players, they are able to make a comeback again and again. They don't give up. And of course it's a lot of training and lot of, mental training as well. But I think in life also, with every little thing, if we look at it as a mental training, self mental training, if you are ready to take that effort on yourself to push yourself, then it's possible. So one of the biggest qualities which help even in chess, when you start becoming a self motivator, like you're completely independent on yourself, you don't need anybody to motivate you. Yeah, it's just inside you. Then that is the mental strength you've built. And similar in life, you should make sure to try and build it. Oh, Gukesh, blunder? No, yaar, come on, not a blunder. Bishop g3. It's a fine position. Okay, so now we will analyze Pragg's game, because after bishop c1, which we were waiting for, MVL, where is MVL? You can't see him on the camera. Full screen ho jaye ek bar. MVL has 44 minutes. Yeah, and he seems pretty relaxed for that matter over here. Whereas look at Pragg. It feels like after bishop c1, somehow it is Pragg's move. It feels like Pragg has to think and MVL has made his move. But it is ulta over here. It is like MVL is thinking, it's MVL's move, and Pragg is completely inside the board. He's calculating, he's making sure that using this time when MVL makes the move, he wants to play his move as quickly as possible. And what are the candidate moves for MVL? Guys, that's the question to you. So if we go back to the main board, the question is, what moves come to your mind for MVL? Like candidate moves are basically the options over here for black. So you will say that, okay, there are like 100 options, right, for black. So that is where, as your level grows, your intuition will shortlist a few candidate moves, right? So when you are beginning chess, so you first use the rule of whatever is a capture, whatever is a check, whatever is a forcing move. Then you start understanding about how to consider moves as candidate moves, where your pieces are getting better, they are going to better squares, the maneuvering of the pieces, the right exchanges. And over here, if you have to think of candidate moves for black, what are the top 3 moves you will shortlist? That's a question to all of you. In the meantime, guys, like करो stream को, like करो. कितने like हुए मुझे बताओ. I am not able to see it. Yes, Pawn to Queen asks, can a 19-year-old join a summer camp too? Arey, 19 kya? You can be 4-year-old, you can be 90-year-old. Aram se. There are 70-year-olds also coming there. So don't even age ko never make it a limiting factor there. Rookie. So let me just point out the candidate moves of the chat. D5, B4, E5 is for Neil. Then we have A5, by a few people who want to attack. Then there is bishop f6 as well on this diagonal. Looks interesting. I don't know what is 554. Rook e8, says Ashu. What did you think, Ashu? Why rook e8? h6 also. Okay, so bishop f6. Array, many of you said bishop f6. Wow, but Neil, by the way, you had mentioned to move e5, and that is not a good idea because you are giving him a very important square, and in fact taking away the d5 ideas in the future, which is also okay. But knight f5 would be very happy for white in such a scenario. So e5 I think wasn't a good idea. What was the other move? Bishop f6. Yeah, bishop f6 found by MVL on the board. 42 minutes. Once again we have a 30-minute advantage here. No, 20-minute advantage here. And if Pragg uses all these 20 minutes, then it will become equal. So Pragg should try to make his move as quickly as possible. The best way to go ahead is g4. Boom, bam. Let's go, guys. g4, g5 incoming. So ये एक idea है g4 का. Let's quickly go and check Gukesh's game. What is happening over there? Because after queen b1, e5, bishop g3. Array, he's not played. Duda is not played yet. Duda is still thinking. He's down to 52 minutes, almost equal time by both of them. I thought some progress happened over there, but no. So let's take here after bishop f6 what to do. Those who had mentioned move rook e8. Rook e8 was in fact a possibility. You know, in Sicilian many times it's like a thing where you have a pawn on e6 and we still go rook e8. And the question is why? Like, what is the rook doing here behind a not at all an open file? So number one is it vacates the square on f8 for defensive ideas with knight f8 and bishop f8, so on. Number two is whenever d5 break happens, then it knows the potential open file on e file basically. So that's the idea, and that's where rook e8 happens, that you can have such defensive ideas as well. So very common move in Sicilian and important concept. So bishop f6 ko. Will Pragg go g4? There is another little idea as well, because he is called for bishop f6. Another very cool idea. Wow, it looks so cool that you go bishop g5 with the idea of opening the h file for your rook. Give up a pawn here, queen g5, and say that okay, I am fighting for compensation over here, and allow this takes, and you are at this position. Because the bishops are exchanged, this pawn on d6 has become weak. So something like this, if you look at this position, of course, I mean, when you calculate a lot of exchanges and all, and you don't find an immediate way to attack on the h7 point, but you will calculate, I think maybe he will reject it, because just as an idea you will keep in mind at some point कि you can open the h file in such a scenario. But for now, if you go g4, which looks very powerful and kind of forcing, the question is with black, that what is black going to do? Is he going to, let's say if he tries to jump in with his knight, yeah, knight to e5, you can already see it is a very bad idea, because the whole point of bishop f6 is gone. What did it do? It only helped white to allow g4, g5 instantly, and not just that, maybe even f4 kicking the knight away. So it would be a bad idea if he goes a move like knight c5. Whenever that is played, you have to know that white can always think of capturing this, because capturing with the pawn is not helping here for black in this situation anyway. So that something exists, but along with it also g5 is an idea, which means that g5 is a serious threat. And for that, black can consider queen b6, saying that I am now attacking your d4 knight because you went bishop c1 back, and d4 is not protected, and I stop you from your threat of g5. So sometimes the way you find a candidate moves are like when you ask yourself, what is my opponent's threat and how can I stop that? And then you can find such ideas. So queen b6 is a possibility here, attacking this, stopping g5, and white has to decide what to do, whether now if you go a move like, like it looks a bit passive, yeah, when you want to consider a move like knight d2, which in fact is a move, kind of a common move in many of the variations in dragon, that you defend a c3 knight. But in this case, as soon as the knight has gone back, it has left an important point to attack, and black will use that, and he will have a very good move over here. Black to play here. What is the move? Black to play, what is the move? कितने like हो गए? Basit says let us make it 650 likes. Yes guys, like the stream. 650 likes की मांग है, so let's do that. Padmanabham Samarkand is not online, but in Hyderabad we'll be having more activities because we have our team member Aditya over there. In fact, he did have in between there was a camp. Also, some tournaments happen. So stay alert on ChessBase India. You'll get all the updates anytime next one is happening. Okay. Yes. The move here is not. Actually, nobody has been able to find it, but let me tell you, you all are saying a move b4 over here, which is a possible move to consider, of course. But what difference happened with knight e2 was it's not attacking b5 anymore, and that's why a5 would be very powerful with the idea which all of you want, to go b4. Yeah, so a5 instantly black is getting, and this looks like black's attack is faster and more powerful on white. So you don't have much time. You might go g5, attack this bishop, but the bishop is very happy to sit here on e5 and now provoke you f4. And in such a scenario, because this pawn on f3 and e4 were acting like a grenade against the bishop on b7, black has found a beautiful move and then is okay to give it up. You know, all the job is done. Bishop f6 हो गया, bishop e5 हो गया, और अभी ये जो g5 f4 आया है, now this is only becoming weak. So very careful. I think both the players have to be very careful. We are at a middle game position where calculation is extremely important. Of course, evaluation is absolutely, but a lot of calculation in such scenarios. So will Pragg go for g4? I think Pragg, time to go for g4. Socho mat. He can also take here, by the way. Bishop takes c4, rook takes c4. No, but now it seems that, you know, Pragg will have to go in a line which we were looking at with bishop g5 and giving the pawn. I'm not sure practically if I like that very much. Of course, if Pragg chooses that, then he would be liking that. So I think looking at all the variations for white, anything else, guys, anything other than g4, bishop g5 and bishop c4. Can you think of any other move? And let's try 2-3 moves to understand whether it is a good, that there are more ideas here. Shah Sufyan says, I love to watch the stream, although I don't understand chess, but I try to learn. Awesome. Yeah, if you keep watching the streams, I think over a period of time you will learn a lot of concepts and automatically, and your chess will improve, yeah, when you're watching chess for a long time. Yes, Mohan describes it well. Double-edged sword, sharp position. Absolutely right. Yeah, what are your suggestions, guys, for Pragg, apart from these 3 moves which I have marked over here? What about the rook h3 idea, asks Neil, which we have seen before. At this point, rook h3 with the idea which we are looking at with f4, rook supporting over here, or even rook g3, seems that at this point of time it's becoming a bit slow with queen b6. I think with this move bishop c1, bishop f6 and queen b6 is coming very quickly. And then if you have to move the knight, Then we have learnt already that black is very, very, happy and waiting to jump with the pawn to a5. So not much time there for you. So then the rook will become misplaced. Oops. Wow. So if at all Pragg doesn't go g4, I think practically maybe the position might become very, very slightly preferable for black. That's what is deeper understanding is saying. What about Gukesh? Oh, look, bishop g3 was played and queen e6. Queen e6, he moves back and Gukesh goes h4. What is the idea of h4? And could he have, what if he would have gone rook d1 simply on the open file? Yes, possible. But I'm also thinking of h4. Can black not start with f5 and try to create an attack? Okay, maybe this is what Gukesh finds this move h4, in a way stopping your opponent's idea, or making it like a not so, making it obsolete kind of. So if f5 now, then what Gukesh wants to do essentially is to jump with his knight to g5. And black always has to be a bit careful about this pawn on h7, about the knight coming to g5, and any such double attack. So suppose f5, knight g5 at this moment, the queen is attacked. But let's say black says, okay, what's your plan, dude? Queen g6, and now I'm gonna win the pawn. And the question is actually, what's the plan, dude? What are you going to do with the white pieces here? g5 is attacked. Even I am really wondering about this position. Guys, kya lagta hai? What's the move here? But how did Gukesh find a move like h4? Like, I find it's completely amazing when he's able to find such moves. That was Indian's best move, and it was absolutely not even a, something which is very obvious to the eye. Very unconventional move. Yeah, what's the idea, Neil, of queen d3? f4 is also being suggested here, but at this moment f4 doesn't look good, guys, because loose pieces drop off. Oh, already a blunder, because this is not protected. Black's move, very easy. Black to play. Yes, Jaikar, very quick. h6, and the knight is attacked, and actually there is a pin here, which is a self-created pin. So queen d3 was suggested, and also I think rook fd1 and other moves are, but the computer's best move would be, yes, queen d3 or queen c2, because if you take here, you take here, you take here, and then after queen c5, if you look at this position, then it says I have a bishop for the knight, your knight is hanging right now, and I'm gonna create a passer over here. So I am better, whereas I don't have the h2 pawn, but right now what matters more is this outside passer. So that is good, but maybe I'll look at still continue the variation till f4, and after ef4, oh, this is also pinned. So okay, so this is good. So f6 was played by Duda, again understanding, taking the square away from the knight, because he's like, अरे मेरे को पढ़ना ही नहीं है ये सब कैलकुलेशन में. So knight g5 not even allowing. Though Gukesh had kind of done a great job with this move h4, stopping all these ideas which looked a bit scary, and f6 played here, and now Gukesh I think will continue with maybe rook fd1, or he will be okay to decide whether to go b3 and so on. So a pretty unclear position can also be said as equal, but the bishop right now behind dark square pawns doesn't look so good. At the same time, what about the white's bishop? You know, there is a granite which has been created against this bishop. Literally, how do you activate such a bishop? And this is one of the problem. I'm sure if this bishop was somewhere here or here, it would have been a great position for white. But because this bishop is over here, it's a bit, it's going to take a bit of time for it to really get into the game because of the structure. Okay, so that is Gukesh with 45 minutes on the clock and 44 minutes for Duda. Time management is happening fine. 16 moves are done, 24 more moves, but maybe in another 5 minutes we will know who can get under time pressure or nobody. Let's go to Pragg's game over here and see how he is doing, because after bishop c1, bishop f6, oh, he's still taking time. So he started thinking at 1 hour 2 minutes and he's already taken 15 minutes now. And this is a position which he finds very critical. So if I go back to h4, when he had 1 hour 25 minutes on the clock, in the last year he took 10 minutes, then he took another almost 15 minutes, and now 15 minutes. And after this, I believe he would have to really get, be careful about his time, not go too much low on the clock, because what sometimes also happens is that, okay, I had so much time advantage, I started with that, and it plays in a positive role, but suddenly when the difference becomes too much and you go low on the time, it feels that how did I get under this time pressure? So he has to take care to not get into such a scenario. Thank you guys for following the stream. We have 1200 people on the chat and I don't know how many likes, but let's have 700 likes. Likes ho jaye guys. I believe Sagar Shah would be coming soon, joining us soon. For now, bishop f6 and we are at an important moment. Let's quickly have a look at what's happening between Aronian and Firouzja. Firouzja is having a slightly better position here. Bishop e5 was the last move of Aronian, attacking this guy, but black can actually short castle and be very happy with it. If queen g4, then there is f6 and you are safe over here. Okay, so this is fine. Then we have Abdusattorov versus Deac. Very slight initiative for Nodirbek here, equal material. And then we have Caruana, because there are 3 players on 2.5 out of 4. Caruana, MVL and Pragg. So Caruana, oh, chief, what is this position? Crazy. Wesley has a king in the center on e1 and the position is slightly better for white. Look at his last move, guys. g4. Man, epic. How did I? Oh, Sicilian, another Sicilian open. Wow, today we had 2 open Sicilians which converted. Here if you go bishop f4, then you are basically provoking the pelican. But you could otherwise also go other moves, but normally you prefer that pelican is good for white. So he provoked it. Bishop g5 a6. The knight went back. It's all theory. Bishop f6 gf6. Wow, the knight now jumps to d5. These are the double pawns and you might wonder ki how is black okay? But yeah, black is going to be okay. Later he's going to go f5. So f5 already played. c3, bishop g7. I can't believe they have played a main line of pelican. Crazy. All theory over here. Bishop c2, knight e5. I used to play this in fact with the white pieces. Rook d1, knight g6 and g4. Wow, is he prepared? Yeah, there have been some games with g4 and it's the best engine move also. But Wesley has, I think, found it on the board. Maybe he would know the idea maybe, but he's found it on the board. Crazy. Crazy. This is cool, man. After g4, I let's see what happens here. In between will come, but as of now, Wesley putting a lot of pressure on Fabi, who is on 2.5. So going to Gukesh's game, Rook D8 has been played after F6. He went for H5, and Rook D8 was played. And Gukesh is thinking, whereas Praggnanandhaa also thinking a lot. 42 minutes. Now they have equalized the clocks. Let's go full screen to see it. Pragg, come on, make a move. Guys, I'm gonna drink some water right now for 5-10 seconds. What do you think? Guys, do you think Pragg is stressed, or do you think Pragg is fine? He's just calculating, enjoying the calculations over here. Whoa, look at Pragg. He goes Bishop G5. Unbelievable. We were looking at this move, but it felt like this looks a little tough and also to assess and all of that. But Pragg has taken around 20 minutes and calculated and now gone for this move, Bishop G5. Okay, we need to analyze this. Bishop G5. Okay, first of all, the bishop is challenged. यहाँ पे taking on G5 would be the very first candidate move, because it's also a capture. It's also forcing you ask him to take over here. H takes G5, and now if you don't take this pawn, then what for? Yeah, what for are you allowing the H file to be open? So Queen G5. So यहाँ तक, yes, let's say we are reaching here. Now comes the question to white, whether you want to take this. This is always a question, yeah, and that is why one of the moment in Sicilian is like, same move, sometimes you have to keep calculating with the slight little changes. What is MVL doing over there? Oh, the pawn. The pawn has this velvet thing under it, so I think it got he was just sticking that. So anyway, queen takes G5, and now has Pragg calculated the move knight d e2 here for sure. If he has exchanged the dark square bishops, he is looking at the d6 weakness as well. Though the H file is open, I don't think anything immediately related with the H file is happening. Oh, did he play already? Oh yeah, he was prepared for it. He already takes. Whoa. So I think Pragg will either take here now or go knight e2 with the idea of taking here. But the difference between knight e2, first if you go, then maybe when black goes d5, and after e takes d5, bishop takes d5, bishop takes c4, you could... Oh no, this is a blunder. Yeah. So you can't take with the... Okay, got it. It's possible. But I think it's better to start with bishop c4. Rook takes c4. We have seen b takes c4 is not the best. And यहाँ पे would be a question for Pragg. What to do? Because moving the knight and attacking d6 pawn looks like it. Another move, maybe g4, looks interesting with the idea of rook h5. Maybe the computer is very happy to get the rook now that the c8 square is vacant. Can he think of g4 right away? How is this idea g4? Because you want to go rook h5. But the problem is that now, because black is a pawn up, he is very happy to find a good move here, which is exchanging the queens with the support of the knight and not be stressed about queen h4 for a mate, because it is more like a bluff. And you can go h6 and you don't have to worry about g5 because there's always queen g5. And you might think, why not rook g1 with the idea of g5? But here the problem is boom, bam in many ways. Knight d2 check, knight a3 check. If you go here, then rook takes c3, queen takes d4. Lot of things you have nothing to do. So directly भी मर रहा था ये. ठीक है चलो. So queen g5, it does make sense to go back. It does make sense to take or to go back knight e2. But a little bit of a pressure position. Yeah, queen d4 was already. Absolutely. Okay, and another thing is that very quickly checking Gukesh's game there after h5 rook f8, he's still thinking. He's down to 37 minutes. Time is fine for both of them. So we will come back here on Pragg's game for queen g5 to think, and also maybe Wesley's game after g4 if anything has been found, because I think f4 was something you want to attack here, and then the knight jumps to f5. And look at this, if takes, then you're very happy to open the g file. So I think all those who want to play Pelican open Sicilian, Wesley's line looks very exciting. If you have the courage to keep the king on e1 and then try to, but yeah, high level preparation. So queen g5, what will you play here? Should we be at he plays g4. Oh my god. And it's not a good idea. But it is a very natural move. Very natural. Okay, let's see some practical tricks maybe. Practical tricks. Maybe because we have the engine in front of us and we can see the best lines and we can see, okay, black is getting this slight edge. Is MVL quickly going to play queen e3 or not? A question. Is he going to take time? Because let's say if MVL doesn't go queen e3, yeah, that's why maybe I would once again go back to this position and then ask, now how is g4, because you don't have queen e3. But in this scenario, because the rook is on c4, there is rook f c8. And once again, you have to be kind of worried about this, anytime the sacrifice happening here. So he goes g4, and if not queen e3, and let's say if you go a move like knight e5, because bishop c4, maybe knight c4 is also a move you have here, and then white is happy. In this scenario, white is happy because rook h5, queen e3 now, let's say, then you are a bit too late, because the queen jumps into h1 attacking h7, and after h6, whoa, what? Okay guys, what is the best move for white? What did he play? Oh, some moves have happened. Wait, we'll come back here, but after g4, no, it's not happened. Sorry. What is the best move over here? g5, g5, g5. No, not g5. Though most natural, but not this. Because you have to be very alert for black shots. You have to be alert for one of the shot. Knight b2, knight a3, knight d2. Knight d2 cutting this defense, knight b2 removing the defender, knight a3 deflection, all sorts of themes guys, all patterns. And all of those who are improving from beginner to intermediate, you should know these patterns. You have to solve a lot of tactics, and you can go to the summer camp so that there you will learn a lot of patterns, tactical patterns. The move here is, wow, absolutely right. Nairobi and Neil and Rishabh, you guys have found it. Rook d3, attacking the queen here. The queen has only move f4. Queen goes back to f4. And now things can change here. Now you can go knight c2, attack the queen further, push it back, and now g5 comes with a tempo. So that would be, I think these calculations are so tempting for Praggnanandhaa that g4 at a practical level is a very interesting try. But the only problem is, even with queen e, oh, he didn't play queen e3. Whoa, he didn't play queen e3. He had to go queen e3, but an important move. Just to see your queen e3, knight e3 would be a completely fine position for black, big pawn up. Okay, he goes knight f6 and he says, I'm gonna stop your rook to h5. I'm not interested to exchange the queens because I want to create an attack here. In fact, it can also be a bit of ambitious move to not go queen e3. And now will Pragg take this knight away? I'm feeling a little bit with this knight over here on c4 and these all sacrifices and ideas, a little bit of tense there. Even at some point you have to be careful because you can't just move this knight away. So knight f6 has been played and white is thinking, Pragg is thinking what to do. Did he play or about to play? Let's go full screen and see what he's thinking. How are the players feeling over here? Both are having 38 minutes on the clock. Yeah, but MVL did not go for the best move, and it's an interesting question to know from him what were his thoughts for rejecting that move. But Pragg should be happy right now after knight f6. He still needs to make accurate moves. It's important because the position is slightly risky and dangerous. Knight e2. Let's say you want to keep this bishop because you also have some hope with this bishop at some point. Though when you move the knight, then there is nothing on e6 and f7 and you feel the job is done for the bishop over there. So knight d e2. Let's say if you go a move like this, saying that you still have to figure out for your rook on rook fd8. And now if let's say black, whenever he goes queen e3, then there is always rook d3 to take care of, also queen h4 to take care of. So it's not as easy. In fact, a move like h6 is also possible by black, yeah. Because what black is saying that after knight f6, I'm also going to look at d5 ideas. Highly complex position, I would say. One of the most complex position for these little decision making, and 36 minutes I don't think are going to be enough. Let's quickly move to Gukesh's game because after h5 where we last left, rook fd8, he went rook d1, the rooks were exchanged here and Duda went e4. That's quite a committal move, e4, but he is happy to commit because he's vacated the square for his knight on e5. But whether he will first plan to exchange the bishops and then get his knight on e5 or not, we will see, because this gains space in the center. The knight goes to d2 and Duda has gone rook d8 over here. Yes, but there is no real pin here, but definitely looks like black is, having well placed pieces. Look at the rook, slightly better placed for now. This queen is also an attacker in general and this queen is defending. For now you are threatening the e4 pawn, but you cannot capture because it would be a big blunder, because if you take here there is check and queen takes e4, you lose material. So and then this knight is also waiting for coming to e5. So overall this position can also be a, can, it looks like practically black can put some pressure here, but now the bishop is open like we were talking about it. Also the pawn on h5 could become weak, yeah, because it is kind disconnected with g2. So any point of time white will have to be careful about losing the pawn. In fact, maybe queen g4 threat could be strong, so it's important to move the knight. Imagine an example move h3, then comes in queen g4, jumps in over here, and it's a deadly pin which you cannot get rid of. So forced to move the knight, yeah, knight b3 or knight f1, kind of forced. Though it's okay, it's knight b3 if you try to go, then with the idea of exchanging the rooks, if black tries to go a move like c4, then rook d8, and after takes, the knight will jump to c5 and then you lose the pawn on e4. So not working. Okay, so Gukesh will play knight b3 or knight f1, one of the moves. And Praggnanandhaa is still taking his time and thinking over here. And going to Wesley's game here. After g4, it has maybe shocked his opponent, yeah. Look at Caruana. Oh my god, guys. Caruana had 53 minutes over here. And after 20th move of g4, Caruana has thought for 40 minutes. Pure 40 minutes. He has been thinking. This is a shocker. This is what to say, like changing the character of the position. And of course, if you even see the candidate moves, there's so much to calculate here, from f4 to knight h4 to fg4. 40 minutes, and they have to make 20 moves in 12 minutes, and such a complex position. Wow, I think f4 played finally after 40 minutes. But they say in a classical game, whenever you've used more than 20-25 minutes, generally in the upcoming moves, high chances of making a mistake. But we know Caruana is a calculator, yeah. So after f4, which he played, is that the best move by the way? Yeah, and see, white is already happy. The knight is jumping to f5. Insane. White's king is in the center, but the rooks are not able to come to e8. Hello.
Hello, Amruta.
Yes.
Zoom link भेजना मेरे.
Zoom link, okay. Oh, look at the दोनों एक ही टाइप है. हर्षित राजा in the chat says, how are you guys? And यहाँ से सागर ने भी फोन किया. बढ़िया, क्या ही. Zoom बराबर. मजा आने वाला है दोस्तों. Sicilian craziness. And joining us would be Harshit Raja and Sagar Shah. कैंडिडेट्स के दिन याद आ गए गाइस. कैंडिडेट्स के दिन क्या ही मजा आया. Harshit bhai sent you the link. क्या ही केमिस्ट्री है हमारी, हाँ ना. ये देखो, somebody in the chat was saying कि कल केमिस्ट्री का पेपर है. यहाँ पे भी केमिस्ट्री का पेपर ही चल रहा है. So knight f5 played. Okay, let's go back to Gukesh's game. Yes, he did play knight f1 and finds the important move here, which is good. And going to Praggnanandhaa's game, knight f6 is still thinking. Hello.
Hi. Can you start the virtual cam?
Yes. Where are you?
Hi. I'm on my way back and I wanted to join the commentary. I hope it's fine.
हाँ, of course, it's fine. Harshit is also joining. वही तुम दोनों एक साथ ही बेस्ट ऐसे मैसेज आ गया. हर्षित is like, क्या केमिस्ट्री है हमारी.
हर्षित भाई अगर ज्वाइन करेंगे तो मैं वीडियो ऑफ कर दूंगा so that he can be there.
नहीं, तुमको मैं रखती हूँ ना इधर मेरे बाजू में.
नहीं, मेरा ऑडियो, क्योंकि ये वीडियो में क्या है, मैं रास्ते में ऐसे चल रहा हूँ.
अरे किधर ये? Which place is this? Phoenix?
हाँ, फिनिक्स से मैं चल के आ रहा हूँ वापस.
चल के मत आओ, आधा घंटा लगेगा.
अरे इधर रिक्शा नहीं मिलता. Oh, wait. Pragg. Is this Pragg or Pragg versus MVL?
प्रग
Crazy.
बहुत ही
Knight
क्रेजी.
C4 पे. And it's a H file is open. So Pragg is pawn down. Oh my God.
प्रग
Knight
has
F6.
sacrificed a pawn, Sagar. And अभी के लिए
Yes,
ना,
yes, yes.
actually he was slightly, could have been in trouble if MVL would have played a queen e3. But MVL played knight f6, which was good for Pragg. But you know, the
But
position
Queen
is
E3,
difficult.
Amruta,
Huh?
Queen E3, I thought Queen H4 he was afraid of.
Queen h4, yeah? And for
Yeah.
h6, yeah, this we were looking at. For h6.
I mean, in general, your queen on E3 is not doing so much. Okay, I understand now the threat
it's
is
doing
knight A3
so
check.
much, Sagar. Knight b2,
Knight A3.
knight a3, knight d2. बहुत
Right.
ही कुछ कर रही है वो. मतलब it is the झांसी की रानी है वो.
Yes, it is very good, the queen. But I guess MVL was a little bit afraid of something, no, here. Otherwise, he would have played it.
Yeah, maybe he was afraid of rook d3. And then he had to
Yes.
go queen g5 again. So
Yes.
maybe he didn't like that. Like rook, yeah, it feels like everything is protected. But he
Right.
was a pawn up over here. Hmm.
So
Yeah,
he
this
played
might
what?
be
Knight
difficult. This
F6.
might be difficult because if you say that the whole thing, the queen comes here, and queen goes back. Now that you say this, and I'm also looking at it further, this kind of scenario looks like क्या ही कर रहा हूँ मैं? मतलब बस moving
Ah,
my queen here and there.
it feels a bit risky when the H file is open. So Knight F6 makes sense because
Good point.
he is now stopping Rook H5 in general. Knight on F6 is well positioned. H7 is now defended. So Pragg needs to find a way to kind of keep attacking, dislodge that queen and knight on the. If he gets like F4 and G5, then Pragg is totally like in the driver's seat.
नहीं
But
f4 g5 is impossible. You
बहुत tough है.
can't even think of it. Black will be very happy over here.
No, I mean, of course, E4 might fall, but I might mate you.
Yeah, but you know, Sagar, so over here there are two moves. One is that you can take here on c4, which I find slightly difficult to make easily because you always have to think of this rook is coming here and the pressure. So that's why maybe we were looking at another engine move which was knight d2. Okay, with the idea of takes and winning the d6 pawn. But there is one more move which is queen g3. Keeping an eye over here. Queen g3. The only problem to consider such a move is that there is an immediate knight a3 check. Oh, he plays. What did he play? He played knight e3. Yeah. Here this was practically difficult.
What?
He
This
played knight
happened?
d2. Knight d2.
Oh, yes. And Amruta is trying maybe for. Do you think he's trying for F4 somewhere? Not really.
Yeah,
G4
f4
and
is
it
not
falls.
a good idea according to me. In fact, to even consider.
But knight d2 is like this famous game of. Remember Karpov versus Korchnoi in Dragon, in which Karpov makes this move knight back to e2 from d4, so that the knight a3, his knight on c3 becomes protected. So then once the knight on c3 is protected, there are no more sacrifices like knight b2, knight a3, rook takes c3. Nothing of that sort is coming.
Are you talking about that in Dragon Sicilian?
Yes, it is learned from classics में एक episode भी है वो game पे. It's one of the most amazing games. I think you have seen it also.
बेल बजाए बट तुम नहीं हो ना.
नहीं मैं नहीं.
तो मैं नहीं खोल रही हूँ. ठीक है. So then Sagar, actually speaking, if you I mentioned about this point, knight e2 in Dragon. Guys, if anybody has a link for learn from classics wala video, please drop it over here.
Yeah. I'm wondering what is Praggnanandha's idea? Because one idea I can clearly see is to take on c4 and then chop off the pawn on d6. I think he's looking at that. No, Amruta?
Yes, that is his idea right now. But you know, whenever the knight was
So
moving
take
back,
on c4.
another idea we were looking for black is all a5, which looked kind of putting a lot of pressure. I would say that
But-
Pragg is under some pressure, but
But how is a5 good? a5 means basically bishop c4.
yeah, rook c4. Whenever you take, I take with the rook.
Rook d6.
Rook d6 is not a problem. No, b4.
b4. b4. b4. Got it.
Yeah.
Mm, mm.
But
Okay.
MVL is down to 35 minutes and Pragg is now down to 27 minutes. And if you go to
So
Gukesh's
Pragg's
game,
time advantage is gone.
yeah. If you go to Gukesh's game here, Sagar,
Mm,
then knight f1, knight b4, he played.
Oh, he's coming to d3 with his knight.
Rook d8, bishop d8,
Okay,
queen
okay.
d1 was played. Gukesh finds a very good move actually here, defending here, controlling queen g4 and attacking d8. So you don't have time for it, taking on a2. Bishop goes to b6. And now Gukesh is thinking he has 31 minutes on the clock. And if you look at the black king, I don't know, like I'm just look at this, Sagar. Let me ask the chat a question. If queen a4 and if black goes queen takes a2, then what
Oh,
should white play?
Nice.
Let's have 25 people answering.
Why 25? 50. Come on, Amruta.
50.
Go for it.
अभी
Yes.
देख अभी we have 1,500 people watching, guys. Likes कितने हैं
Guys,
बताओ
go.
यार.
Come on.
Like
Come on,
करो
like the
stream.
stream, guys. सब फटाफट like करो दोस्तों. As Harshit bhai would say, फटाफट like करो. And also
Yeah,
मजा आ रहा है
one
दोस्तों
moment.
ये टूर्नामेंट कवर करने में. Lot of people are watching it. In fact, when I went here, Amruta, to the camp, lot of people told me they are following the Superbet Classic. अरे अमृता ही चली गई दोस्तों. अमृता भी चली गई मुझे छोड़ के. अभी आप ही हो हमारे साथ. So I am on my way back home, but today was an insane day at the camp. We had close to like so many people. I might have had nearly 200 people who were there, and it was so much fun.
Oh,
Yes,
we
and
have
Amrita is
actually
here.
got, wow, we actually got 50 answers almost.
Yay!
Neil Modi, Madhukar, Akshata, Divyanshi, Ruhan, Shrijan, Vrushali, Eric, Jojo and Divyam. Absolutely amazing. 49 पे स्टक हो गया है, but ठीक है.
Well done, guys. Amazing.
Queen e8 is a mate, so you have to be
Amruta, I can
careful.
also see someone new contributed on Help Chess.
Oh, Mahesh Kumar Kudre, he's
अरे
gone.
महेश कुमार जी हर रोज कर रहे हैं यार.
अरे,
Amazing.
thank you.
Mahesh Kumar, hats
104.
off. Guys, helpchess.org. Thank you so much to Mahesh Kumar for becoming a believer of Indian chess.
Amazing. And in fact, yeah, he's a 20 to 41st believer.
Oh, so there must be one more, I think, who must have contributed. But anyway,
Zing.
Amruta, I'll come back.
Yeah,
and read.
Zing contributed again today, actually an hour ago.
Oh, that's how it is. Thank you so much.
Oops, यहाँ पे. ठीक है. So going back to the game, yeah, you can come back later also. No problem. ऐसे बोला क्या तुमने?
नहीं, मैं बोला मैं और लोगों का नाम घर पे आके चेक करूंगा अगर तुमको वो
मैंने
लिंक
किया
नहीं
ना चेक.
हाँ हाँ परफेक्ट.
Queen, bishop b6 खेला है. He's played bishop b6 and Gukesh is thinking. Let's.
Actually, I
look,
would
I want to
suggest- I
show you
would
this
even say-
move for a moment, Sagar. Something very
I-
crazy.
Yeah, I would also say, Amruta, that Gukesh's position is not that great, right? Because if I play a move like a3, then knight comes to d3.
Wait. Arey, I am on another position. Wait. Should I go there?
Yeah.
Because I wanted to. Okay, I'll ask a question later. Gukesh.
Okay, you can ask me that question.
नहीं अभी मैं आ गई इधर बोलो.
So a3, knight d3. I was thinking, like, what is it that Gukesh has in this position that can give him an edge? Actually, it's not so easy to understand because knight is beautiful. I understand that the f2 square is very safe because the bishop is on g3. So that is not a worry. But the white knight is not playing. If Gukesh can somehow manage to get b3, suppose here, saving the b pawn. Then knight d2 and knight c4, like white knight d2, knight c4. Then I think he has something to play for with a4, a5, such ideas. And but Duda will not allow it. Like the moment you play b3, maybe Duda will go c4 here itself.
Hmm. Right
And
away. Oh, not a good
yeah,
idea.
maybe not a great move. Yeah,
No.
take queen take c4, knight d2. Yeah,
No, no, no,
no, queen g4, queen
no.
g4,
My God.
queen
In
g4.
fact, Guki could be creating attack. Insane.
So if you think about it, Amruta, here white has this plan knight d2, knight c4. If he manages to get that, and then the black queen is like on e6, has to stop this queen g4 infiltration. Also h5, h6 by white remains an idea.
You know what? Your
Okay,
h6 is a possible move. You are
right,
right. Amazing. Because
right,
I mean you cannot take this pawn. It just looks so bad for the pawn
right,
structure. And
right.
h6 is a powerful move, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. This is actually at first I thought maybe Gukesh has no chances here because black is so active. But now I start to feel that maybe Gukesh has some chances, some potential in his position.
But also very complicated in some way. And also I think because they have played so many games, I don't know whether how it creates an impact.
Yeah, for sure. I think it creates an impact that both players know each other very well. So in that sense, Gukesh would know what will Duda do here. Duda might know what are Gukesh's weaknesses and so on. But I
Yes.
must say that when it comes to classical chess, Gukesh right now, as on today, is stronger than Duda because Duda has played not much classical chess in the last couple of years. He has played lesser tournaments.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, definitely. And look whom we have.
Hello, hello.
Sagar, you
Yeah,
can be
Harshit.
here.
हेलो
हेलो
सागर
हर्षित
भाई
भाई।
क्या चल रहे हो भाई?
हर्षित भाई, मैं तो आपको मिलने आ रहा हूँ पुणे।
भाई भाई अब इतना मत चलो भाई। अमृता,
I was
on the last day, one of the last days in Paris,
Huh?
I and Sagar bhai, I think walked for close to 2 hours. It was so nice actually.
Wow, but did he say by chance to you कि हर्षित भाई बस 5 ही मिनट चलने हैं, 5 ही मिनट है, बस 5, ऐसा कुछ बोला वो?
नहीं, वो बोले कि मैप्स वगैरह कुछ लगा ही नहीं था, हमने बस पहुंच ही जाएंगे, पहुंच ही जाएंगे।
वैसे ही किया ना, वैसे ही करता
we,
वो मुंबई में भी,
we,
किधर भी,
we,
अरे
we
इधर ही
were
रहेगा,
like
2
that. Look,
मिनट में आएगा और फिर 1
our
घंटे तक नहीं आता है.
hotel is on that side. So if we walk in that direction, we will reach there. So that is how we reach. But I must say, Harshit bhai sacrificed many, many things that day to be
No,
with
no,
me.
no.
It remains one of my very
जैसे कि
pleasant
what all did he
memories.
sacrifice?
नहीं, nothing I sacrificed.
Even dinner he sacrificed. He didn't eat dinner.
अरे
He
बाप
was
रे.
like hungry, huh?
नहीं, पर like I was like Sagar bhai was telling me so much about the spiritual journey that he went through.
Oh my
And
God.
Yeah.
मजा
Crazy.
आया था bro,
Crazy.
बहुत
It was
मजा।
our last walk of me and Harshit bhai ever doing. हर्षित भाई भी देखते हैं कब वापस चलेंगे साथ में. But हर्षित भाई, what a day today for you. Not
Yes,
only is it Mother's Day, it is also the birthday of your mother. Guys,
yes.
happy birthday हर्षित मॉम हो जाए चैट में.
Thanks a
Oh
lot, guys.
yes.
Thanks a lot.
Happy birthday. आज तो you are still in Karzat, right?
Actually, Amruta, I shared it with you. I didn't put it on Instagram yet, but I
अरे
shared it with
बढ़िया
you.
था
This
वो
is
वीडियो. You
crazy.
such a beautiful place, man. भाई
हर्षित
डालो
भाई,
ना इंस्टा पे.
कल रात से रुका हूँ मैं.
भाई डालो
Like,
ना, इतना
Every 10
बेस्ट है
10
वो-
मिनट में
guys. You
रिफ्रेश
want,
वो
कर
if
रहा
you
हूँ.
डाला
want
नहीं
a
है,
video,
उसका
बोलो
एक
हर्षित
रीजन
भाई.
है, थोड़ा वो बताता हूँ मैं बाद में, but
अच्छा.
it's really nice
सब
actually.
जगह पे हर्षित भाई has some mystery everywhere, है ना सागर?
नहीं, I'm trying to do like a small I'm trying to do some small collab with them, so that's why I didn't post it yet.
Oh,
Maybe
Oh,
later.
let's go Harshit bhai.
let's go,
Influencer
let's
OP.
go. Chat is all like happy birthday to Harshit's mom, Raja's mom. सही है,
Thank you.
सही है. Thank you
Amazing.
chat.
अरे
And-
मेरा बर्थडे नहीं, एक हर्षित, हैप्पी बर्थडे हर्षित भाई, भाई मेरा नहीं है भाई बर्थडे। मेरा बर्थडे तो मे बी आई वुडंट हैव जॉइंड।
Oh God.
Maybe, bhai, but then you also walked with me 2 hours on that day. So क्या पता, bhai?
लाइफ इज अनप्रेडिक्टेबल।
You take decisions which no one understands, bhai.
Sagar bhai, let's maybe quickly check, yeah, what's happening
Yes,
in the
let's
game.
look at the board. Amruta, let's go there.
Yes.
You can keep Sagar bhai. I think
No,
it's
no,
more
no, no. One
interesting
second,
because he's
guys.
walking.
Guys, please be there. Don't change anything.
अरे Amruta, I can switch off my camera for a
अरे
bit
नहीं
because
यार, अरे हो गया
इधर-
ना भाई, हो रहा है, टेंशन मत ले।
अच्छा, अमृता खुद को ही
Nice,
निकाल रही है। वाह, सैक्रिफाइस ओपी देखो दोस्तों।
Wow.
अरे
तो ये-
इसमें क्या है? हाँ, बेस्ट, परफेक्ट।
अरे अरे अमृता तू कहाँ पे है?
अरे मैं अभी तक थी 4 घंटा, अभी ये मेरे लिए मस्त ब्रेक है। बोलो guys, I'm coming to, wait a second, which position right now? We are at Gukesh's position, Queen D1, Bishop E6 हो गया है। I'll quickly go to Pragg's position because we were over here for a long
I'm
time.
actually curious to know Harshit bhai's opinion on both the positions because you know, he took on C4. Great.
Knight
That's
D2, Rook F8 was played, Bishop C4 and Rook C4.
Yeah, and it seems like Praggnanandhaa has sacrificed a pawn right now. So white has 6 pawns and black has 7 pawns. So white is down a pawn currently, but white does have this open H line for his rook on H1. So he's trying to find some counterplay there. Maybe Amruta, अगर F4 G5 हो गया ना somehow, I think that would be great for white. But
Oh my God, you know, सागर ने भी ये बोला था F4 G5 और मैंने
अभी
पूरा ही
कभी
उड़ा ही
इतना
दिया
मेरे
था।
को बोला, इसे बोले क्या फालतू आइडिया सजेस्ट कर रहा है, E4 वीक है वगैरह। मैं बोला पर मेट हो जाएगा उधर।
नहीं
He's
अच्छा
like,
है,
नहीं,
अच्छा है। अभी
अभी क्या
हर्षित
लगा है
भाई
अमृता? अभी
ग्रैंड मास्टर ने बोला ना, तो ऑब्वियसली अभी तो ट्रस्ट करना ही
घर
है।
की मुर्गी दाल बराबर है।
I think
हाँ,
मैं
दाल
बहुत
राइस ही है खाने को वैसे भी।
मैं बहुत इन्फ्लुएंस हो गया हूँ सागर भाई से, या सागर भाई मुझसे इन्फ्लुएंस हो गए।
But यहाँ पे I think what, he plays Queen F2. Maybe he's going Queen D6, yeah?
Yeah, Queen
With the
B6
idea.
और D6 के pawn पे maybe trying to put some pressure because black does not have the dark squared bishop, and maybe
Yeah.
white is trying to take advantage of that. Bishop on B7, Amruta, not the best क्योंकि E4 और F3 के pawn is restricting it.
Yes,
And
that is the
also
reason
how
I
the
didn't want
knights-
F4, but yeah, maybe F4 G5 is now powerful with this.
Oh, he's so sneaky. He wants to go Queen H2 at some point potentially.
Yes.
And then it would hit the D6 pawn, also put pressure on the H7 pawn. And that is actually looking like a very powerful idea right now. Queen H2.
Wow, wow. So we have a lot of, like, Queen F2 is really cool because it has many ideas.
Hmm.
No, but black के लिए what is
True.
the move you see?
I was thinking Queen C5. How is that move? Because I try to trade queens, but
Queen
the
H2.
queen looks misplaced. Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen H4 also may be good.
And now if H6, let's say, if you go H6, it's not working. It's a big mistake.
Wow.
Yeah. Maybe I can consider G5 right now.
Yes, boom, bam, G5. Queen G5.
Rook D G1. And
Done है. Done and
सागर भाई
dusted.
के सामने ट्रेन आ गई है, so सागर भाई has paused.
मुंबई की local train experience, guys, for all of you.
Oh, I found it. Did my voice go through?
No.
Late
Did
करे.
my voice क्या आया क्या मेरा voice? क्योंकि मैं बोला G5, Queen G5, Rook D G1 और मैं हैंग हो गया, तो मुझे समझा नहीं, सुनाई दिया कि नहीं?
नहीं सागर भाई, किसी ने नहीं, मैंने सुन लिया और मैंने वो मूव बता दिया।
अरे लेट्स गो भाई।
Oh God, हर्षद ने वो मूव बताया, अभी एनालाइज उसने, तेरा कुछ सुना वुना नहीं, बट अभी अब भावना पोछ ले सागर भापो।
वो रहता है ना कि someone like really finds something good and wants to show it to the world, and वही मोमेंट पे नहीं होता है, नहीं दिखता ऐसा हो गया। Okay, anyway, going to the game, what was the move?
So after Queen F2, he's still thinking.
Yeah, he played
No,
Rook
no,
D7.
he
Now
played
he played
D7.
Rook D7, and
Yeah.
now Queen H2 is important.
Yeah, but he will play it, yeah, because he played Queen F2 to either go to B6 or H2. So I think Queen H2
How
will
about
happen.
Queen B6? Is it bad?
Queen B6.
Yeah, now it's bad.
Maybe
Queen
rook
C5, no?
C6.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Queen C5. Nice.
And what about Queen A7 actually, with the idea of Queen D8 check? I don't know. If that makes any sense.
Same Queen C5. And if you give
Queen
a check,
D8,
I have
Queen
Queen
C8.
C8.
Got it.
So Queen H2, and then maybe Black can try to go E5, Amruta.
Wow, that's the best move. How did you find it out of... Wow.
Yeah.
Because normally, Harshit, it
Pending
feels like
D6.
you have to later go for D5. But this timing to understand that Abhi E5 is good because later you will also be able to think of D5 ideas.
Yeah.
But D5, E5.
Yeah, I think D5 would also like really restrict your bishop on B7.
Yeah.
And I think that to keep, I think it's a good color combination to have your pawns on the dark squares, and your bishop would do a very good job of controlling the light squares.
Yes.
But Harshit bhai, after E5, I
Yes.
was actually a bit worried. Like I was thinking, can White try to revolve the knight from E2 to G3?
Mm-hmm. That's a
The
very good move.
idea of going
Very
to
good move. But
F5.
how did you think of
I'm
it?
a
You're
little
not scared of Rook C3
tensed
ideas?
about Rook C3. Yeah, I was worried a bit. Then I realized now black pieces are so close, no?
Yeah. And that's a very good point.
Like if
because-
Queen E3, Rook D.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, you're in time.
I think Sagar Bhai is calculating really well when he's walking. Yeah, Queen H2, E5, Knight G3. And if G6, maybe even Sagar Bhai wanted Knight F5. Yeah, very aggressive.
Ooh, Knight F5 ideas are so tempting actually. If
GF,
GF5, GF5,
Then Rook B G1 aa raha hai.
yeah.
He's about to play. Let's see Amruta what he does.
Oh, he goes Queen H2.
I didn't want
Nice.
GF. Huh? Nice.
No, this is great. Queen H2 has been on the board. And will MVL go for E5 or will he go for something like, I don't know, H6? But H6 is always like a hook, no?
H6, F4 Amruta. I'm just going to sack my pawn.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
you're not worried about Queen G4, no?
Queen G4, I will go Rook G1 and then boom bam.
Okay, done. Agreed.
So,
What's the move here?
Bhai, crazy.
But even if Queen C5,
G5.
oh my god, these calculations are deadly.
Yeah, it's getting it tricky. I mean,
Deadly. Black has only move here.
he
No,
only
only best move here, I mean. Like top 3
Knight
out of 3
G4,
moves,
Knight G4.
if he plays the good move, then black is better, -1. If he plays another move, it's 0.0 equal. And if he misses both these moves, then white is better, +1.
wow.
Crazy scenario.
What's
Yeah,
the-
where are you going to move the knight is the
I think
question.
Sagar Bhai said to G4.
Knight G4, you help white. Thank you. Queen H4. And then G6. Okay, दूसरे
दूसरा कोई तो ट्राई करो.
और ट्राई करो.
94.
अभी बचा वही 94 is the move.
भाई क्या है
G6.
बच्चा वही कैसे भाई इसी जगह पे नाइट जा सकता है और
अमृता ने पूरा क्रेडिट निकाल दिया.
वही तो अभी तो दूसरा ही मूव बता रहा था.
Oh, yes, Sagar. No, you are doing... Harshit was saying you are doing really well when you are walking. You are calculating. So, I think अपनी
Yes.
chess practice should be while we go on walks. We have to work
Right.
like that.
Oh, he played. What did he do?
Yes.
No, E5 played. E5 on the
played.
board. 17 minutes for Praggnanandhaa and he has to make 17 moves here. Whereas
Wow.
MVL is having 31 minutes.
Guys, we are doing a great job of predicting their moves.
No, E5 was amazing.
Knight G3 now.
Knight G3, I think. Sagar Bhai's
Let's
move
go.
will happen.
Yeah, Knight G3 is good. But he goes
Rook
Rook
D3.
D3.
What?
Ooh.
What the hell?
But it is natural, you know.
Oh,
You are
he's
preparing Knight
afraid of
G3.
Rook C3.
Yeah. But will MVL go H6 here? Yeah, now there is no F4 also, no?
But H6, Knight G3, now you no longer have G6, right? Because you're... but black is up a pawn, so he doesn't mind giving up a
Yeah,
pawn. Oh,
H6
okay.
is important here for MVL. Because if he doesn't play H6,
Why?
what else will you think of? Like B4 is very tempting, I think. Or
Can I go G6?
G6.
Oh, it's a bad
G6
move.
or... No, but it's
Oh,
not so easy, yeah.
knight
Like,
G1.
oh yeah. But
Wow.
knight G1 crazy, है ना?
Mm-hmm.
Very difficult, no? Knight G1
Yeah,
or
difficult, but possible. I mean,
hmm.
I feel like if I can find some move, the players can
Yeah.
definitely find it.
Yes, absolutely.
No, by Harshit, by you with in commentary are 2700 plus by.
अरे,
Without pressure. Correct. Pressure निकालना है सागर इसका सिर्फ pressure.
Correct. But it is now it's reducing a lot.
yeah.
तो
सागर
क्या
भाई आ गए?
2700 हो जाएगा सागर. Then we will have not just a GM but a 2700 commentating.
अमृता so smart.
Oh God. सही है. And I also want to show you very quickly Gukesh what he played.
So
Oops.
Sagar, I think, went in the
लिफ्ट में है,
elevator.
वो आएगा
हाँ.
यहाँ पे.
So
Yeah. Gukesh का
Gukesh,
we saw till queen d1 ना, you were here? Queen
yes.
d1, bishop e6
Uh-huh.
and knight d2 he played.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But what if a2 is hanging? Oh, queen a2.
Queen A2 मारा तो E4 मारेगा. And if knight A2, I think he might want to go knight takes E4 now. Because if queen takes E4, I have queen B3 check.
Oh, smart.
And I'll pick up the knight. But Amruta, I don't know, like C4, for example, queen A2, queen C2. I don't really think that white is playing for a win here because black is threatening queen D1 check and queen takes H5. The
Yeah.
pawn on C4 is quite strong. So maybe equal, like king H2, I think is a good move right now.
Wow, amazing calculation.
And
Go on.
probably black will, I don't know, play something like king F7 or something like this, maybe.
Or h6 to stop.
H6,
But
yeah.
king
H6.
f7 also possible. Yeah, good move.
And I think this game should end in like it seems to be heading towards a very, very equalish end game here because the material is equal and
Yo!
oh,
Let's
hello, sir.
ले.
Welcome back.
आई,
अरे तोड़ दिया सागर भाई आते ही तोड़ दिया.
क्या तोड़ा?
अरे फोटो तुम दोनों का.
उसका खुद का फोटो गिरा दिया. आजा.
बैठ.
अरे आजा,
बैठ,
हमको
बैठ,
भी
बैठ.
उठना है ना थोड़ा.
खाना है?
हम्म.
Okay. Let's go, Harshit
Let's
bhai.
go.
सागर भाई we are always matching यार आज भी blue.
Blue bhai, amazing. I hope you are not feeling blue in life.
सागर भाई I am bleeding blue.
हाँ.
PSG.
Oh, by the way, this is your analysis, yeah, of the Gukesh
very
position.
very
Yeah.
nice calculation by Harshit.
By the way, I'm very surprised that Gukesh went knight d2. Yeah, my thought was always a3 and then followed by b3. And so, Harshit, I'll tell you what I was thinking. He would go a3, knight d3, b3, and I thought then knight d2, knight c4. This was what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Because
But
it's c4, take, queen g4, and already white has lot of initiative.
Yeah. I think this was an interesting idea, but the knight on d2 looks kind of daunting, right? Because it's so strong on d3, it blocks the white queen. But yeah, it was interesting to go for this a3, b3 blockade. He goes for knight d2.
But
Maybe,
now, don't you think this pawn is hanging by both ways?
That
yeah,
is
we were
showed.
actually, yes, we were discussing this. If queen se mara to e4 pawn mar raha hai.
Right.
And then we know how strong the queen and knight
also
can
this
be.
move. This is always a problem when the queen goes away.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So knight a2, right?
Knight
And
a2.
then this is how that variation came. Knight e4, and then that's how we saw this queen
knight
b3, queen a2.
Okay. c4 and this.
Yeah, queen c2.
But it
That's
seems
what
like
we
black
were-
has no problems, no, here.
Yeah, no, this should be ending in a draw if this happens for sure.
Yeah.
So I think Gukesh thought that his position is slightly unpleasant. And also, if you think about it, whenever you lose a game, you don't want to like go all in the next game.
Oh, he
You
took
first
it.
want to just stabilize the ship and then maybe later build your confidence a bit and then try to strike. So I think it's a matured decision by Gukesh to not go all in here.
But guys, what are the chances that Gukesh doesn't go for this simplifying line and just says, hey, I gave you a pawn, it's okay. Oh,
What?
H6! Let's go, boys!
Wow.
Let's go.
What are you saying?
He has basically
Okay, yeah.
given up the pawn, and you know what?
No, but he's gonna recapture. He'll have to know this
Wow.
pawn down.
I saw a crazy idea.
Yeah,
Sure.
tell.
Really crazy. G6,
Yeah.
Queen A4,
Oh my God, Harshit
Knight
bhai,
B4,
Stockfish
Knight
Raja
B4.
OP.
Knight B4, Knight takes E4. Potentially might work.
It's
Queen
working, bhai.
D4,
Top line.
Queen, Queen 4,
Wow.
Queen D7, Queen G7 checkmate का threat है. King F8
F8
भागने की कोशिश की. So say hello to my rocket from G3.
Finally, वो काम आया. Kakka, it was on G3, man. Brilliant. So how fast he was at this
Yeah,
one.
amazing calculation by Harshit bhai here, showing some great tactical skills for which he's famed in the world of chess. H6 is actually
Tricky.
a move in this event. Wherever
Tricky.
someone gets a pawn on H6, we remember the game of Pragg, Nodirbek, yesterday MVL, Gukesh. It is a danger pawn.
Yeah. I think and I stand corrected. मुझे लगा कि Gukesh is trying to stabilize वगैरह, but Gukesh is like, Harshit bhai, I'm the world champion. Let me show you how it's done. He's trying to bounce back immediately after a loss, H6. And now he's trying to weaken the Black King. Very interesting.
You know
strategy.
how Gukesh is playing is like how Duda likes to play. Yeah? Like mix things up, confuse the opponent, give a pawn here, suddenly push there. I mean, the tactics are all flowing. Actually, I'm very surprised that G6 is better for white, but G5 is equal. I mean,
You know why?
it's
There
very
is a reason.
confusing.
There is a very distinct reason.
Oh, got
That
it.
reason is
हाँ.
Amruta को पता चल गया. Amruta, the freestyle queen, she realizes that the G6 square खाली हो गया है. So Queen E4, Queen G6 can come back, and the queen can
So
protect.
if we go like Queen A4, Knight B4, Knight E4, Queen E4, Queen D7, then already here Queen
Check, first
G6.
check maybe
You can
is
even
more
give a
accurate.
check so that king is forced to H2, then come back,
Wow.
and now this is hanging. So maybe it's a
Queen
draw now.
C8, Queen D, Queen D7 is a perpetual.
Wow.
Wow.
Too good.
Amazing.
Too good, man.
So Duda has to, if he goes G6, Gukesh is doing well. Duda can push G5. He can also go back
Knight
with his knight.
B4. I think Knight B4 is very logical in this position for me.
Wow.
But why? If Knight B4, I was wondering if we still have this Knight E4, Queen D7 tactics.
No, but then G6 no भाई. Then मैं pawn ही जो तुम्हारा danger pawn है वही मार दूंगा.
वही वो मर रहा है
भूल
भाई.
गए.
Doesn't
Oh,
work.
God.
Okay.
Wow, Harshit bhai, I think the calculation right now is in Simul he will score 100%.
Oh my God.
I
Kids
think.
are already scared of Harshit bhai here. They are watching Harshit. Actually, Harshit bhai, everyone's waiting for you in Mumbai. Today I had a lot of people saying we are coming on 18th to meet
No, I'm
Harshit.
very
yeah?
excited. Actually, Amruta,
Huh?
simuls are one of the hardest activities in chess, I feel. Because like whenever you leave a board and go to the next one, there is still some part of your brain which is thinking about the previous position. And then when you walk and think about 15 position, at some point your brain becomes overloaded. And I think that like simuls is definitely one event where I actually get tired. Like
You
I'm
played a lot
super
of Simuls, yeah?
a few, but like I play a lot of sports. मुझे थकता नहीं हूँ, simul में थकता हूँ, but knight G3.
And you
Praggnanandhaa
know,
is
Harshit bhai, by the way, here it's getting dangerous for
G6,
Pragg.
right? Or Queen F4.
Actually, the move that is
Oh,
very,
let's
there's
see.
only one move that gives an advantage to black, which is very tough. I don't think anyone can find it here.
No, we will find it by.
And
Ah,
also
very
just to
Vishwasi
tell
nahi.
Harshit bhai, the simul which he will give here will be against the winners of each section, top two, which makes it even tougher because
Yeah.
generally you give simuls to, like exhibition simuls against celebrities or against people who are not that strong and so on. But here you have these
They are
kids who are like raring to
अरे
beat.
भाई डरा रहे हो भाई.
So, Harshit bhai, please come one day in advance so you are well rested. Don't come on the day only, or maybe come couple of days in advance. But here, the move that is really, really strong for
Let's
black.
think, yeah. Let's ask the chat also, and let's all
Yeah.
try to understand what's the best move. So let's try to break my thought process down. Right now, White wants to go knight f5. He wants to put his knight there. I feel right now that I somehow, it feels anti-intuitive, but I somehow want to break the tension. I feel like if I get a5, b4 or d5 break, my position will clear up and my extra pawn will have much more value. So after knight g3, where your pieces are kind of all in one side of the board on the queen side, I want to do something on the queen side or the center, which is why d5 is one candidate move that comes to my mind. And let's say after ed5, I don't even have to take. I can even consider rook d4 maybe, but then you have knight e4. But it's like, this is something that okay, rook d4 maybe a bit too nuanced. Okay, so
By
that's
the way,
one thought.
Harshit bhai, your thought about d5 is so right because direct d5 अगर खेलते हैं हम, so white has some control here.
A5.
Yes,
Knight
that is
B5.
how a
Oh,
lot of people are suggesting this
nice.
move in the chat.
Amazing.
And if knight
yaar.
b5,
Now D5.
Now boom
now
bam.
bishop a6, yeah?
Oh,
d5 maybe.
bishop
Yeah.
a6 है move. Oh
Mhm.
my god.
Not D5, yeah?
Not d5. d5 is also okay move,
Oh.
but
Bishop a6, and now the point is if knight c3,
But why? What if I take another pawn?
knight d6, rook c2. No, rook c2 is too much. So let's rook c6 is enough, yeah?
Yes, rook c6. Oh, by the way, Pragg has played his move.
What is
No,
it?
I mean-
Not
What
Pragg.
is it?
MVL has played g6. He
G6,
didn't
yeah.
find a5.
Tough
By
tha,
g6,
yaar, tough tha.
g6 is very natural. Like you
Hmm.
want white to take that pawn on h6 because the endgame is very good for black.
So take,
This
take.
and now king g7. And just for everyone in the chat to know this as a concept, in Sicilian opening mein, endgames, usually whenever you exchange the queens, queenless endgames always favor black quite often, unless you have some concrete reason. For example, if black did not have that bishop on b7 and instead had a dark squared bishop, then white would have had an outpost for his knight on d5.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Very important concept yaar you have shared.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
However, as things stand, this endgame, even though the d6 pawn looks weak, if you think about it, in the long term, वो जो अपना bishop b7 पे भी इतना sad लग रहा है, इतना strong हो जाएगा जब he'll attack the f3 pawn.
Why then
So-
can't we just go d5 now?
Yeah, beautiful point. Exactly. Hold the position.
Hi, but there are a couple of things we have to be careful about. One is take and rook d1. But it's
Sagar bhai is like,
what about
Ek
g5?
g5, okay, we have to move the
support.
knight क्योंकि check में मर रहा है. So knight h5 तो खेलना, knight h7, okay, yeah, makes sense. g5 pawn को attack किया, ed5, knight g5, and interesting end game. Somehow for me, I'm a bit biased क्योंकि मैं Sicilian खेलता हूँ. Bon appetit, Amruta.
Yes.
Amruta today is in the army outfit.
Amruta, yes, in the army outfit, she is like supporting armies right now.
I love it.
And she's also going for her meal. She
I
will
love
join us. She is
But
the
super chat.
reason why all of us are able to do what we are doing because she starts the stream on time. So thank you so much, Amruta. Harshit bhai, Shiv Trinetra had sent 10 Canadian dollars and said, thanks Sagar bhai and Amruta for helping chess grow all around India. Are, thank you, Shiv Trinetra. Today was unbelievable day, guys, at the camp. I want to talk a bit more, but not now because right now the game is heating up. G6 has been played by MVL. Harshit bhai, should we go quickly and check what is happening with Guki boy?
Yes. Let's do it.
So Gukesh, oh my goodness.
What?
Know, Duda was like, I don't like your pawn here. I'm going to take it. Maar diya. Spoiling his entire structure. Then going queen h5. f5 is on the board. Guys, this is not a very peaceful position anymore.
Bhai, does this remind you of anything? Does this position remind you of anything?
This reminds me of...
in
what?
this tournament, Gukesh ka khud ka game where he was up 2 pawns against Deac. And it was a similar queen knight bishop and he was up 2 pawns.
Yeah.
Gukesh realized कि जब bishop b6 का खराब है, it doesn't work out so well. This time he sacrificed 2 pawns and is on the other side of the
He
position
learned
where
from his
he
own game.
Bishop.
Wow. That's why Gukesh doing... By the way, Harshit bhai, Now, do you see
Oh.
a crazy move to get your knight into the game?
Of course, of course. I wanted to say bishop f4, knight f1, knight g3.
Oh, that way. भाई ये थोड़ा स्लो नहीं हो गया? I was thinking why not directly? Imagine take, check and bishop e5 mate.
What a move, Sagar bhai.
Knight c4.
Wow. That's such a cute find.
Because now we have knight d6, bishop e5. These are the possibilities.
Yeah. Also, bishop f4, knight f1, knight g3 has some merit, yeah, because
Yeah,
I'm
definitely. Actually.
trying to put my knight there on g3, putting pressure on the f5 pawn.
Actually, it's a great idea. What about, like, let's say...
h6 the pawn bhi mar raha hai, bhai, by the way. So, you have to be very careful actually as black.
Harshit
Bishop
bhai
h6
going...
directly mar sakta tha, no, maybe.
instead of going knight f1, just take this.
Yeah, and maybe now my bishop on h6 will pose some mating ideas. So, okay, interesting. I do think knight c4 as a move is much more, like, sometimes knight c4 might be a slightly worse move, but the psychological impact that it will bring with it, that yes, I'm sacrificing my knight and you cannot take it.
Right.
So, sometimes these small things actually play an important role during the game.
Yeah, this will be a very, very key moment, guys, in the game. If because already if we look at the that time factor of this game,
Yeah.
we see that Gukesh is down to 14 minutes and he has to make 14 more moves. So Harshit bhai, if we look at his body language here, he does feel like completely zoned in right now. He's trying to look at what is it that he can get out of this position.
Yeah, no, for sure. He wants to try and put as much pressure as possible in this position on Duda. Although he's down 2 pawns, black has a slightly worse king. And one can say that the bishop on b6 is also definitely worse than the bishop on g3, which adds up to the compensation that he has right now. The question is, your compensation, is it big enough to actually convert it into a full point, or is it only enough to stabilize?
Right, right.
But he has definitely thrown all caution to the wind right now. He's going all in.
And also, guys, tomorrow is a rest day. So Gukesh would definitely want at least one win before the rest day in this tournament. Meanwhile, we have a new believer on healthchess.org, Badrinath Kulkarni. Thank you so much for your super chat. Very, very kind of you for this super chat. And guys, knight c4, bishop f4. These are the two ideas we are toying with. Meanwhile, very quickly, Arshit bhai, let's check what is happening with Pragg. Is he also right now?
He took it. He took that pawn on h6.
Took an MVL's move. Very surprising.
Wow,
Knight h7.
What a move. What good awareness by Vachier there that he wants to reroute his knight to f4 or d4.
Oh my.
Via e6, exactly.
This has become a positional struggle now, actually, if you think about it.
And I think Maxime is just, continuing his great performance from yesterday where he defeated Gukesh in a very positional fashion. Today, again, with the black pieces, he is definitely slightly preferable.
Yeah, there was a time when someone could come to India and play in under 10 national championship and beat Pragg and Gukesh in 2 rounds. But now, in order to do that, you have to play at the Grand Chess Tour or a top tournament in the world. And if MVL manages to pull this off, I would say it's like a huge achievement to beat both these youngsters in back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, no, completely. And Barcelona is leading 4-2.
Oh,
Vamos.
भाई बार्सिलोना का फैंस तो कम हो गए ना, थोड़े रियल मैड्रिड के ज्यादा हो गए.
Playing versus Real Madrid right now. It's the El Clasico going on.
Really?
Yes.
I am supporting Real Madrid.
अरे भाई ऐसा मत बोलो भाई.
Why? Because also Magnus Carlsen supports Real Madrid. I remember he did the first kick for the Real Madrid team.
Yes.
So that's my only reason. But now if you tell me that you are a Barca fan, then maybe I will shift my loyalties. Knight g5.
Anna Muzichuk, if I'm not wrong, also once kicked off the ball in Madrid. I might stand corrected, but I am pretty sure that I've seen a picture of her, making the inaugural pass. But
Oh, bhai,
yes.
big news.
Big news. क्या हो गया भाई?
Gukesh has played knight c4 and Duda yawned. Oh my god, bhai, Duda, you are in trouble. Your king is exposed, your queen is here, knight is threatening to come, bishop is, and you are yawning.
सागर भाई मुझे लगा कुछ गोल वगैरह मार दिया मैड्रिड ने, ये यॉर्निंग क्या हो गया भाई? Knight
Right.
c4, great move there by Gukesh. He's tempting, he's baiting कि मारो c4 का pawn, but then queen e8 bishop e5 is going to be checkmate, of
Mate
course.
in 2.
Yeah. By the way, in football, Sagar bhai, 2-0 is one of the riskiest scores. Like sometimes 1-0 is better because when you're 2-0, sometimes you tend to relax a little bit. You be a bit passive and then the opposite team comes back and like quite often equalizes. And now it's 4-2 in Barca Madrid. So they have to be careful still.
Barca is 4, right?
Barca is 4. Rafinha scored 2 goals and then Lamine Yamal scored 1 goal.
These names are very tough. I saw also today, by the way, do you know that an opening move was made by Ion Endone, Romanian footballer, on one of the rounds? He's a
Really?
football coach. We were
Wow.
going to ask you actually if you knew him, but he played an illegal move as the first move. He played c to d3, c2 pawn to d3, but I believe his name is Ioan Andone, I think.
Actually, even I did that in my first move against Dina. Actually, not me, but Jack Peralta.
Maybe he saw that video and
Oh, Lada.
knight to c4 has been played here. And look at Gukesh, by the way, guys. He's looking upwards. Duda is also thinking here. Matlab, there is a lot of body language signs here happening. And Duda is looking so calm. But I'm sure that he's a bit tensed, right? Harshit bhai, it's natural to be tensed in such positions where your king is exposed.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the good thing going for his, like in his favor, is that he's 2 pawns up. So he does have like some amount of margin to not worry about, because even if he loses the h6 pawn, it's fine. Because all he needs to do as black is try to exchange one more piece. Because if he does that, then white just doesn't have enough artillery to put pressure on black's king.
Do you think, Harshit bhai, that queen g6 is a decent move here? Of course, we can't
Sure.
trade queens because that is just
That was,
lost.
yeah.
So we need to keep the queens. We go back queen d1 with the idea of queen a4.
And if queen e6 now, is it some sort of a repetition?
Could be. He can go back.
Right? Yeah.
But I think Gukesh is, if he's in ambitious mood, he might be like, let's play on, Next move, I'll go here, attack this pawn.
Interesting. Very interesting. Bishop c7. Oh, wow. Wow. Knight f5. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, let's see.
Some tactics in the air.
Okay, so this is looking actually like a very key few moments in this game. Meanwhile, if we look at the Pragg game, I do feel that Pragg's position is relatively more sedate in nature. His chances of winning are less, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, he needs to be a bit careful. I mean,
Yeah.
I have seen these endgames going south for white very often. The black king might reroute itself to e7 as an extra shield towards protecting the d6 pawn. He goes knight e2. Not sure where he's trying to reroute his knight, but I think he's just trying to prevent the black knight from jumping to f4 and d4 as prophylaxis.
Yes.
So at some point might want to kick the black rook on c4 by going b3, just overprotecting that knight on c3. Some of these ideas become plausible because of this move knight g2.
Right. Knight g2 is like the knight is standing with thali in hand to so that when the knight comes to e6, he's like, Sajan ji ghar aaye, Sajan ji ghar.
Atiti tum kab jaogi?
Right now, the knight has come back holding this, but d5 is not in the air. I like this move, by the way, Pragg. And this idea also with b3 or even for that matter, b4 is not so silly, right? Because you can go with king up.
And we have a new soldier joining us. in the background.
Oh, Amruta. No, Amruta is just watching it now. Only her hand can be seen here.
Yes.
Because she has. Can you show what you are eating, Amruta? Because Amruta is eating today very simple food, guys. It is
Wow.
varan
Rice.
bhat, dal rice with pickle.
घी लावून मस्त खायचं.
Ghee. Is there ghee?
Oh, I didn't put.
Put ghee. Harshit is saying घी लावून मस्त खायचं.
अरे वा, सागरला सांगा. तुला आवडत
नाही,
नाही
मी घी नाही खात. Oh, by the way, move in Duda versus he goes Queen F7.
Yeah. Queen D1 is not possible now because the knight on C4 is hanging. So we have to move the queen somewhere. We cannot trade it.
Queen
Maybe
E2.
E2 is the only move now.
There is also an insane move, Harshit bhai. Can you find it here for white? Very tough.
Like some sort of queen h3, queen c4, queen f5, and then queen f7. We have queen c8, bishop e5 check. So that might be some sort of
Crazy calculation, Harshit bhai. Queen h3, if queen c4, queen f5,
queen f7,
queen f7.
e8 check.
Is it forced because you have no threat right now?
Yes, but I mean, it makes sense to want to bring your queen closer
Check.
to your king, right? Queen c8. Queen f8 would run into queen e6. You have to come back to f7, otherwise a2 ka knight haega. If
Draw.
you get greedy with king g7, then let my rocket say hi from e5, king g6. What will you do, guys? Will you go g4?
Guys, we
trying
need
to,
at least 100 people to answer this.
Whoa.
Oh, Gukesh takes the pawn on
Yes.
h6.
We'll come back to that. What will you do here? As white.
भाई नील मोदी इसका इंटरनेट बहुत फास्ट है, उसको हमेशा पहला आंसर मिल जाता है.
भाई आपके घर पे ही है क्या वो भाई? He is listening to our stream.
Oh, we have Neil Modi, Srijan Bhattacharya, Naman Moore, Subramanian, Aditya Pandey, Ninja Whitey, Rishi Patel, Divyanshu, Sonia Arora, and Crazy Gamer. Guys, well done,
Sagar
all
bhai.
of you.
Could there be something like this, or like a resource like this, where whatever questions you ask, there is a database of it, and the people in the chat can keep track of their score. कि 70% right आया या
I have
80%
told
right आया.
Rakshit bhai to build this so that at the end of the day we have winner of the stream who has the
And-
highest score.
और फिर उसमें at some point हम कर सकते हैं कि if they made some mistake in a specific position, then what should they improve on? ऐसा कुछ तो at some point could be interesting as a learning tool.
That's such a
But
nice
yes, queen
idea.
h6, he played what? Giving up the knight, but maybe some perpetual incoming.
Oh, check. But is it like perpetual or is it some long-term
Yeah.
attack?
No. King f7, queen f5, king e8, and queen c8 check, something like this is a perpetual, I think. e8 pe probably. And queen c8 check maybe. And king f7, queen f5. I think that's how the game will end. Yeah.
King G. Now maybe is can black try for more, but or has
King-
Gukesh
No, I think
and-
I think Gukesh has found
because
a
you know
perpetual
Harshit bhai, this is
position.
the only move now. Queen h7.
But he's still, yeah, queen h7, but he's just picking up a pawn, yeah, and king d8,
Check.
king c8.
You know, Harshit bhai. No
Yeah,
one
G4.
checks.
No perpetual,
Yes.
g4. Oh la la.
Oh la la, this game
Oh
is
la
going
la,
on.
bhai,
No
ye kya ho raha hai?
perpetual. This is like Gukesh saying, I
Ye
trust
kya
my
hai, bhai?
G pawn to become a queen. You
Knight
do whatever you
pawn.
want with your knight.
Knight c1, g5. Oh my god. क्या line है भाई?
No,
ये
he
तो-
might
this
win
is
this.
insane.
He might fight for a full point.
I mean, all three results
Yeah.
are possible. He
Yeah.
might win. He can also lose. He's down a piece.
Yeah. No, I'm actually very, very interested here. to
But
see.
king 8, I mean, if black wants to make a draw, he can make a draw with king 8. There's no way white can press. So it's it's black who decides whether he wants to play. Even king g8 is just a clear draw. Like it's black who decides whether he wants to play for a win or not.
Wow. I understand, but I think Duda would greatly want to play, right? This line.
I mean,
Because
it's to be honest, it's tempting. It's like the position that you said after g4 is equal. I I have to be honest and tell you that I did not feel white has enough compensation there. He just
Yeah.
has one pawn, and
And there's no perpetual here because if you go
yeah,
check King A5,
king
now
f5.
it's safe.
Black is winning. And I mean, you might think this is not like objective by me, but I do think that practically this position is very easy to play with black. And that black should have a draw whenever he wants.
Or you think it's easy to play as white because all that we have to do is push.
Yeah, but
You do with black you have to like organize all your pieces. Bishop का क्या करना है? हम तो चले भैया सीधे
bye.
King E7. Let's
E7,
go,
yeah.
Duda.
He's playing for a win. He's playing for a win.
He's playing for a win. That's the spirit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we should be happy or sad, but he's going for
No,
it.
no, no. I'm happy
Everything
because
is
the
Pragg.
game.
Pragg, bhai, kya ho raha hai Pragg mein?
Pragg. Let's head over to Pragg's game.
No, भाई गाइस आप ऐसा गोल मारने जाओगे तो भाई फंस जाओगे. ऑफसाइड हो जाएगा कभी ना कभी.
लोग कुछ ना कुछ तो हमेशा दे आर लाइक प्रग का गेम दिखाने के लिए प्रग विनिंग.
Yeah, no, I mean, position still around balanced, but I think our stance of black being slightly preferable still stands true.
Yes.
And that's where we are at in this position right now, where black is trying to somehow, just try to get this a5 b4 break at some point. But of course, for that, we need to first protect our b5 pawn. So maybe bishop c6 could be a tempting option for black in this position, trying to go for a5 b4, kicking that knight away from c3, and then we would be able to push our d6 pawn, which is the only weakness that black has in this position. d5 अगर खुल गया तो फिर वो डैम का वाटर बहुत ही फोर्स में पूरा तबाही मचा देगा.
Yeah, this is looking very, very dangerous here. King d2 that Pragg has played in this position is also looking quite. I don't know where the king is headed because on e3 it looks a little bit like claustrophobic, like it doesn't have much space.
Sagar bhai, have you ever stayed in a capsule hotel?
Which one?
Capsule hotel.
What is that, bhai?
Like where you basically like only go to sleep like inside like a capsule.
No, I haven't. Have you been?
Yes, actually, like when I was coming here, I had a long layover in Zurich, 20 hour ka. So like the hotels are like super expensive, and also I wanted to just go around and go around the city. So I booked a capsule hotel. Very interesting concept, and you use those claustrophobic. जो लोगों को मतलब ऐसा बंद पसंद नहीं, maybe not the best for them. Like you go, your doom. It's basically
It's
like
MRI कर रहे हो वैसा
Exactly.
ही थोड़ा ज्यादा जगह है.
भाई कुछ जगह ही नहीं है भाई उसमें, और it's so very. I don't think I would like live there for more than 2-3 days, but it was an interesting experience. So I did it for the
Wow, I
experience.
want to know more about it, Harshit bhai. But can you believe it? Krzysztof Duda has
going
gone king d8. He's like, why khelte hai? And this could mean, guys, why am I happy is because this could mean all three results. It could also mean Gukesh can win.
Yeah.
It could also mean Gukesh can lose. It can also mean a draw. And that's the kind of games that Gukesh, I think basically Gukesh invited this, right? This position.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's amazing.
Yeah, but he has less than 10 minutes on the clock right now. I can't see that clearly. How much time does he have?
Right now, Gukesh has 9 minutes 38 seconds.
Okay.
This is the time situation.
I can see it here. Yeah.
11 minutes for Duda, and Duda is actually playing with Gukesh's psychology, I feel. Look at him, right? he's not even looking at the board. He's looking upar, essay. And he's telling Gukesh that I basically feel that you are lost here and you have no compensation.
I mean, if I was black, I would think the same right now.
Yes, but if Gukesh voluntarily went into this line, he truly believes in something, right?
Yeah.
Harshit Bhai is not convinced, guys. This is actually a key moment now. All of you who are saying that Gukesh is losing,
Mm-hmm.
Danny Fernando says not amazing. He invited to make a draw. Oh, yes, that's also true, right? If Duda wanted a draw, Gukesh had to draw basically, because here after takes, if Duda would have gone King G8, no, BD6 is winning actually. Oh my god.
Yeah.
So maybe it was not like a draw anywhere,
But
right?
King E8 was a draw, no, bhai?
King E8, even Bishop H4, he could keep going. I don't know what was on Gukesh's mind. Maybe he would have continued playing here also. By the way, Bishop H4 check on the board, King C8,
All
Harshit
of this is
Bhai.
happening, bhai.
People are saying Guki winning, Gukesh better. Guys, we don't see this better winning. In fact, we can only see Gukesh having a very thin line towards equality.
Yeah. And I don't know why. Whenever I look at myself in the stream, I look so red. I don't know if I get nervous when I'm commentating because generally I don't look this red. Yeah, but okay.
Maybe filter है क्या भाई कोई?
भाई क्या ही filter भाई.
नहीं तो लाइट वगैरह कुछ ऑन कर सकते हो आप रूम में.
हाँ थोड़ा.
Then you will look brighter.
Maybe now, yeah.
But Harshit Bhai, even with your
yes.
now
yes,
looking good,
much
Harshit Bhai, even with your worst look, you better look better than me. So,
better. भाई ये क्या है भाई?
so in a way, you don't have to worry so much. वो रहता है ना, एक बार एक टाइगर दो आदमी के पीछे पड़ता है, तो एक आदमी, oh by the way, G4 directly, that's a mistake, huge mistake, because
And I somehow just felt Queen E6 now. I somehow just felt
Absolutely.
that that this position, whenever you're playing practically, you cannot evaluate it as equal. White just has one pawn, Sagar bhai, and
but check
Yeah.
king here and G4 would have made sure that the queen is not coming here, right? And then you have a little bit more sort of free space. But Gukesh makes a very uncanny error here. G4.
Queen E6 was the first move that came to my mind, to be honest. Like, I mean, in a few seconds, that's the move.
It's gone, because now you can't ever play queen here and trade it. That's just lost endgame. So if you
I mean,
go
trading queens is out of question.
yeah,
I
if
mean,
you go
it's
here,
all about
I go
piece.
check, and that is terrible as well.
Because BG3, you lose the pawn on G5.
Yeah.
If you don't go bishop G3, then what do you do? Because king F1, suddenly your king might come into some mating attack at some point.
Check.
So, oh, check. Oh, it's just lost forcefully. Knight is going to join the party.
Knight is joining, bishop
Bishop
will
is
join.
Yeah. No, this is a very tough situation for Gukesh right now.
Yeah. Guys, we are a bit surprised that Gukesh didn't give this check and play G4. His queen would have been in a much superior position. But will Duda find Queen E6? Because
No, Queen E6 for sure, right? I mean,
yeah, it looks very obvious.
Also just for everyone to know, besides a few tournaments, I generally never use engines during commentating. I try to be raw and try to calculate all of the lines myself, because I feel like that's the best way for you guys to understand how like not a top player, but someone strong tries to calculate. So I think that for me, Queen E6 was super intuitive, and if that's the best move, then I would not be surprised for Duda to find it soon.
Yeah.
9 minutes for Duda, 8 minutes for Gukesh. I don't think Duda needs a lot of time to find the move Queen E6. By the way, Sagar bhai, is Queen E6 the only winning move in the position?
Yes,
That's a
it's
very
the
important
only
question.
move that gives a big advantage. The other move is Queen D5, which is still better for black, but not by a big
But then it's
margin.
complex. Yeah, if maybe okay, G5 would be a big error.
G5,
Maybe.
Queen D1.
No, it's good. Yeah,
King
King H2. Yeah.
H2,
Bishop
Bishop
C7, Bishop
C7.
G3. No way. Bishop takes G3, F takes G3. By what?
What the hell?
What?
No, but the thing is, this is just He has to somehow draw now, I feel.
Yeah, queen e2, queen e2, and then it's perpetual. Yeah, queen f1, because white king can never go to the h line because queen h4 check mein mar jayega. And then you have to come back king h2 and check, check, check.
Draw.
Interesting. Wow. But queen e6 is the key move right now.
Yes. So by the way, here we'll come back. Let's quickly check if Pragg's chances have improved. His opponent went after king e3, king e7, rook
Yeah,
d2,
as we
knight
were
e6.
thinking. Yeah, but his knight on e2 is doing a great job of protecting that f4 and d4 square. The question is, the thing is that black can never push g5, which I briefly considered myself because I realized knight g3 would just be finito.
Yeah.
I don't think black can allow making that square available for the knight on e2. So maybe we actually might be seeing some sort of a position where neither side has any piece to
But
improve.
I think, Harshit bhai, clearly black has the chance to improve, right? With bishop c6, a5, b4 plans. Because apart from that, there are no plans for white.
Yes, in some ways you're right.
Because if black has this idea, then it's clear that white... And also, like, for example, I can't do this thing.
Yeah,
Because
no,
after I
because-
take, you can't take with the rook firstly, c2 is hanging. So you take with the pawn. And such a position is torture, right?
Interesting, but
I
maybe
thought it's very torturous position because suddenly like you have no weaknesses to attack. Maybe
and
you have
knight a4,
f4,
knight
yeah, to
Ah,
just
f4
create
is-
play.
Interesting. So, okay, so this is one way for white to play.
Oh, he went knight
Oh, what?
c1.
Knight c1.
What?
He's going knight b3, knight a5, kya?
Pragg's knight. We were thinking was holding back these two squares has just moved away.
By the way, is rook c3 very bad? I just have to ask.
No way, Harshit bhai. I can't believe you took rook takes c4 in that
Yeah,
game.
I was curious. I mean, how is it playable, basically? Like
No,
rook
but this is
c7.
what you played in that game and you were worse and you managed to win.
Yeah.
Rook
Okay,
c7.
maybe I don't think Vachier will do this because he's already in a good
It's
tournament
actually,
situation.
think about it, right? Like knight c5, knight a4, it could be tempting here.
It is tempting, but I think that we have this weakness of the pawn on d6. Agar wo pawn on d6 was not there or somewhere else, maybe could have been interesting. And usually, whenever you sacrifice an exchange, black needs to have at least one pawn in these kind of endgames as compensation for you to
And also,
go for it.
white's one rook, knight, something should be really bad.
Yeah.
Here, all of white pieces are okay.
And in a position where you already have some sort of a small strategic advantage, there's no need to sacrifice. I always say this: sacrifice tab karo jab you see a clear win, or you are much worse and you want to change the character of the position, or you see a position where you at least have a draw. These are the few scenarios where sacrificing makes sense. Queen e6 found g5.
Actually, Gukesh played g5 within 15 seconds, which means that he was expecting queen e6. And it's a lot of confidence that Gukesh is showing. But after check, do you think that Gukesh can't play king h2 or king h1? Let's imagine. Let's look at, because bg3 queen g5 is losing the pawn. This is not a very pleasant position to play. Although after queen e4, it is still something that black will have to convert. It's not easy. But on the other hand, if you go king h1, then already queen h3, king g1 and bishop c7 with the idea of bishop h2 is winning for black totally. So you can't go there. You go king h2, again bishop c7 is really dangerous. So then you go king f1, but once again check, king e1, then bishop a5 check, king e2 is already met with some queen f3 and knight joining in with, let's say, this way. So in a way, Harshit bhai, this king actually now bg3 is kind of forced after check to come back.
फिर तो pawn मर गया ना पर g5 का.
Yes, and then you have to...
No. Then you have queen g8. Oh, don't forget, queen g8 check है.
Where?
Oh, no, queen g5 के बाद you're protecting that. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
exactly. No, and now take this. And now, what do you think about this new shift in the position where you did lose your key pawn on G pawn, but now you have these two pawns again to play for.
Yeah, but it's clear that black is winning. The question is if whether he would be able to convert it.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. And also Mbappe scored a hat-trick. So things are really looking bleak right now.
Mbappe scored, so you should be happy, no, bhai?
No, I like Mbappe, of course. Kylian Mbappe. But bhai,
But he has
hat-trick and
scored a
now
hat trick for whom? Real Madrid.
for Madrid भाई अभी
अरे तो
3
4-3 है ना अभी भी.
भाई मैंने बोला था वो जो 2 पॉइंट का लीड रहता है भाई बहुत स्कैरी रहता है भाई वो 1 पॉइंट लीड ही चाहिए भाई 2 पॉइंट चाहिए ही नहीं भाई अभी बेटर लग रहा है 4-3 है थोड़ा तो इट्स बेटर नाउ दे नीड टू जस्ट काम डाउन
Yes, I have heard his name Mbappe, and I was always thinking how to pronounce it. Is it Bappe with M silent? Is it Mappe with B
Mbappe.
silent?
Kylian Mbappe. There is a song actually very
Oh.
nice song which the French people made during the World Cup Allez le blow allez
Is it like go Guki go this tere saath
exactly
kar-
allez le blow allez engolo cante
I realized why Gukesh is not playing well here. We are not playing that song.
Yeah, maybe that's the reason. Yeah, tomorrow we need to play it. Don't play it now, bye.
But don't play tomorrow. Tomorrow is rest day. Play
Yeah, but we need to start. Yeah, we need to start somewhere.
Okay. So by the way, guys, right now Czech and Gukesh has to play bishop G3 now.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually Shreyan is very right, and I think I am a little bit upset because if Gukesh would have given check and G4, we would
Then it
never
would be very
know.
interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
who would have
yeah.
won here? It would have been so interesting. But with this, it's become one-sided in a way that now Gukesh is forced to fight for half a point.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you definitely don't want to go to the rest day being -2. Yeah, I mean, that's just a very unpleasant situation to be in. Maybe even he would be, at the bottom of the leaderboard, perhaps with -2 there.
Yeah. Could be.
Oh.
Could very well be.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, guys, Pragg is down to 2 minutes.
Oh,
my
what?
God, what happened?
Extend sack. Bhai,
भाई क्या हो गया?
bhai, I was joking, bhai.
2
हो गया।
मिनट क्या नजरें निकाली रुक
भाई हो गया भाई boom bam
We did sack.
I was saying कि pawn मिल गया तो you can go for it he got a pawn so he went for it
He got 2 pawns.
but d6 मर रहा था
Then
but
he
now
got-
knight d4
Threatening. Oh, not a mate because there is a knight here.
भाई घोड़ा है भाई
Oh, but look at the speed at which MVL is playing.
no भाई this looks very good for black because I mean I love sacrificing तो मुझे मत पूछना because I would definitely prefer black actually
Actually, I have a great question for our chat because white can go knight d3 attacking here.
oh that's the
Guys,
such
it's
a
a
powerful move
very
yeah,
powerful
because
move. How do you defend
f6
with
खेला तो
f6?
g5 आके you
Let's
can
ask
just
our chat.
break that yeah I mean
Yeah, black to play, guys. Find a very decent move for
yeah
keeping
maybe-
black in the game.
guys
अपना chat लेकिन बढ़िया है भाई. They are too good, Harshit bhai. Everyone has found Rookie 2, Neil, Srihari, Atharva, Digitalogy, CD, Joy, Tharun, Bobby, Rudra Khatri. Well done, guys.
Yeah, rookie too. But सागर भाई अभी थोड़ा टफ क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे भाई हमारा चैट को थोड़ा अभी ना the game 4-3 is getting tense we need to do some trickery now
Do you want to go f4? Oh, there's bishop g4.
f4 bishop g4 yeah I mean the thing is it's not that easy yeah to play with white what will you do if you cannot move your rook anywhere
I can't move my rook, yeah. I can move rook to h1.
yeah but then like you can't move it anywhere from the last rank because the knight on c1 is hanging
Yes, and also this check and this pawn can also
yeah
fall.
no black is definitely 1 minute for Pragg bhai
Last move before time
last
control.
move करना है but this is crucial and 40th move historically has been known where people tend to go wrong
But Pragg has really many good moves here where he can be equal, but oh, he goes G5.
That's a decent move, bhai.
Yeah, very nice move there
That's
by
a
Pragg.
decent move.
And now he gets up from his chair. He goes away.
Because if you go rook c3 check now, maybe knight d3 is possible. Because now you no longer have rook e2 mate.
And what about take here?
Then rook c1, maybe suddenly, Ah, no, now f4 is very good, maybe.
Yeah, maybe king f2 is the winning idea here. With the
Oh,
idea.
okay. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
But can we quickly check what? Oh, this is happening in the
Yeah,
Duda
this is happening.
game.
Sagar bhai, who is that cute person in that picture on that wall, on that in that cupboard there?
भाई
Someone there, yeah?
मैं ही रहूंगा भाई ये घर में एक ही क्यूट सॉरी
वहां से शॉट आ जाएगा सागर भाई, बच के रहना.
Oh my god, look at this. Bishop h4 pin. But there is a pin unfortunately. For a second I got excited. I was
अरे
like,
भाई.
Fabiano, like in the chat, someone saying Duda's accuracy is 99.2 in this game. Wow.
Queen check. And Gukesh is checking the score sheet to see how many moves are left until he reaches the time control.
One more move.
Sorry?
This is move 39.
Yeah, exactly. So they were just checking so that they can take their time accordingly and reach the time control, after which they can, of course, take longer thoughts about this position. And yeah.
Harshit bhai, did you have dinner?
No, bhai. Actually, I will maybe just go take some
because
dinner.
both.
Did
I
you have
think
dinner?
maybe after this 40th move you can go because
Yes.
this is where then they'll get 30 minutes in both games. So then we'll have some time and you can have. What is there for dinner, Raj bhai?
I think today, since it's Mother's Day, and I also have my grandma living with me, so I think she likes this palak, like this green gravy. So I think
Oh.
might be palak paneer, but not. I just know that it's some green gravy, so will be interesting.
Green Thai curry.
इतना fancy नहीं, पता नहीं होगा क्या, but
Guys, also you guys can have your food. Also, please drink some water. Everyone's saying please check Vaishali's game. Vaishali today, by the way. Oh, what? Karthik and Murli beat Grebnev. Karthik and Murli is on fire.
I am going to make a bold prediction that he'll win this event. Right? The opening ideas that he's like, I'm actually checking Karthik's games quite closely in this event, and I've loved the way he's played so far. I really liked his game yesterday where he won with the black pieces in Berlin opening, where he played the super nice ideas. No, so I mean, he's actually doing really well. Karthik
Amazing,
Murli.
yeah.
And he was always, one of the most talented juniors, like him, Arvind, he was always doing really well. I've traveled and played quite a lot of tournaments with Karthikeyan, and I'm very happy to see him doing well.
I'm actually surprised. We are all surprised with when Arvind, rising at this stage in his career where he is already 25 years old. I think the same can be said about Karthikeyan as well. If he manages to now win this, move to 26, 70, 80, and
But it's not a surprise for me.
No, I mean, we all knew. I myself have lost to him when he was very young. So I know he was super talented, and maybe like Arvind, Karthi, these two were touted as the next big thing. He also beat Magnus. I mean, what else do you need? Beating Magnus in classical chess in Qatar Masters. So he's well known. But also Alireza Firouzja, he made this unbelievable queen sacrifice. Remember?
Yes, in Asian Continental in China. If you guys haven't seen that game, I am sure Sagar bhai has covered it.
I actually interviewed him after that game, and we spoke about that game, so it's there. But Then he
What?
slowed down.
What?
What happened?
Nihal lost?
Yeah, Nihal lost today.
What?
Why?
He was much better, bhai. Wow, that comes as a big surprise to me. Oops.
At which
That's
point
a-
was he better? Because
Yeah, it's just. Oh my God, he just blundered actually. Wow, that's a tough one for him. Go ahead. Yeah, before at some point, yeah, Rook C5 when he played Rook E5, that moment. 6 moves, yeah. Even here it was around equal, yeah. Everything was equal, but then this was a big blunder.
oh, did he?
Yeah.
Guys, what is it that Nihal has missed here?
That's a tough loss. Yeah, some people in the chat finding it.
Maybe he
Yeah,
was just
Amit
down to
Jindal.
6 seconds.
Yeah, he took the pawn, and someone in the chat, I think Amit Jindal said yes, knight d4. That's the key move because if the rook goes to d5, knight f3 check hai, forking the king and the bishop, and if rook f4, somehow knight b3, and now d2. Oh no, he just took the pawn. Okay, okay. D2 he was fine, but rook b2
It's a
and
mate.
somehow rook b1 check is a mating threat. Oh my God. And D2 and he just lost a piece and he resigned. Yeah, wow. That's a tough loss for Nihal with the white pieces.
Yeah. Such losses actually make like Nihal is trying to rise up his
Yeah.
rating and go to 2700, and such a loss is just so heartbreaking.
Yeah, because losing to 2500 with his rating, you immediately lose 7-8 points. Yeah, which it just
Then
but okay,
it
of
takes
course.
you 3-4 games to recover.
Yeah, exactly. But okay, you shouldn't think it he shouldn't be result oriented, just play every single game. He just needs to qualify for the World Cup, yeah. Guys, in Asian Continental, there are spots on the line to qualify for the World Cup, and that's why we see so many talented young players playing in this event.
And by the way, Vaishali right
It's
now
better for sure.
is
Yeah.
completely crushing it against Olga Badelka.
Yeah.
And Vaishali is on 3 out of 4 in this tournament with 2 draws and 2 wins. And
So she'll be on
no,
4 out
actually,
of 5?
yesterday she lost. Yeah, she lost
Oh,
to Zhu Zhiner in that drawn endgame.
okay.
So she's on 3 out of 5.
Mm-hmm.
If she wins, she will have good chances to come back to the top.
Okay. Abhimanyu, my friend, is doing quite well. I think after this win, he will
Actually,
be on.
Abhimanyu is still playing, right?
Yes, but he's completely winning. So that's nice.
Because Harshvardhan is a strong player.
Yeah. But he's just it's the rook on h3 is hanging by. So maybe
Yeah,
it's over.
something went wrong maybe in the broadcast. I think he resigned here after Bishop.
What?
No.
It
Or
was
maybe-
equal.
I think it's a
What?
draw, bhai.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because maybe they agreed to a draw
Oh
here
my God.
after Bishop
He was
f1,
just much
and
better.
then he just placed the king in the center. So
Oh no. I was really hoping he wins today, but Harshvardhan defended well, maybe. That's it's not easy. I mean, these players, Harshvardhan also very
No.
talented. Yeah, not easy to
yeah,
beat
I
him.
think in general an Indian 2400 is on his day can play to 2600 really more
Yeah.
often than.
So I was okay. So it was a draw actually. Okay. Mhm.
And by the way, going back to Gukesh's game, don't you think both players are missing for a long time now? Like,
Yeah, but they reached the time control, so I think they're just taking their time, maybe
but
using the
but
restroom.
it's like what? Since half an hour, 10 minutes, he is not there, Duda. By the way, Harshit bhai, you should go and have your food.
Yeah, I'll just quickly get some food, and if I can, then I will try to join back.
Sure,
But,
bhai. And thank you
otherwise-
for joining also on such an
Yeah,
important
of
day.
course.
On
Yeah,
Mother's
no.
Day, also your mother's birthday. Thank you,
Yeah,
Harshit bhai.
happy Mother's Day to every mom out there, and for all their contributions towards their children. I mean,
To
yeah.
children, and I would definitely say that Indian chess would never be what it is without the mothers
for
of
sure.
Indian chess.
I mean, I think I saw one of the articles. I mean, also, like our like just before I go, like I will say this, like our chess community is such like a very like so close to each other, such like very closely knit community. Because like on quite a few occasions, like when I was not feeling well or something, I've had like once in Serbia, I distinctively remember Aditya Mittal's mom, Nihal's mom, like all of these like moms like coming ahead and like helping me. Then Rahil Malik's mom was also there, I think, who also sometimes used to help ChessBase India.
Yes.
So, like, and like quite often they are traveling, like, the moms are traveling. Like, my mom used to travel with me in most of my tournaments until I was 15, 16. She even stayed with me for more than a month in Barcelona. So, it's obviously big uh, sacrifices that they make in their
Yeah.
personal life to make this happen. And it's nice to have this day to celebrate.
Even at the camp here, we had
Hmm.
so many mothers coming with their kids
Yeah.
and just hoping that their kids learn chess. And then what we do is we also ask the mothers to start learning. So in
Ah.
that way, it's like everyone's learning chess.
Hmm.
So that's how it is. And yeah, Harshit bhai, thank you so much. See you soon.
See you soon. Bye. See you.
Bye. Guys, Harshit bhai there joining us all the way from Pune today. He is, it's his mother's birthday. It's also Mother's Day today. So, in case if you guys want to just wish the special person in your life, please do so. And for now, Amruta, नहीं तुम आ जाओ पहले मैं ले लूंगा
Please come, Amruta.
अरे
No,
हर्षित
no, no,
भाई
no, no, I'm going. Yeah, no, no.
गाइस हर्षित भाई कभी कभी रहते हैं पर पता चलता नहीं कि वो है करके तो Magnus did terrible in the start of 2014 as well after becoming world champion. I mean, in general, I don't know if it is just world champions pressure that puts you, that makes you play worse or something, or it's just the fact that your opponents are really, really inspired against you. It's a new phase. It's a new phase, guys. Really. But Gukesh has been speaking about this, that he's getting used to it, and I have a feeling that he will come back stronger. Today's game, if you think about it, it's not over per se. I mean, he's gone king f6. It's still a fighting position. It's not like khatam hi ho gaya hai completely. But it's a very tough position to play against Duda. Oh, what? Gukesh is down to 6 minutes? No way. He has the increment of after 40 moves. Correct. That's what I was so surprised that he's still like he used 24 minutes or what? Sagar by time to play. Go, Guki, go for boosting his morale. Yeah. Gautam Naik says, I rate Pragg higher than Arjun and Gukesh. The reason he has defeated Magnus in Classical and multiple times in Rapid, he has defeated Hikaru as well. Gukesh has rarely won against MVL, Wesley, Magnus. Well, in general, Pragg has, I think, beaten Magnus the most number of times when it comes to any other players out there. But, I mean, young players. But that is not... I mean, Pragg, in a way, does suffer from some issues related to his game right now, which I think his coach has also spoken about, which he also speaks about. And one of the major ones is time pressure. But I think this year has been really good for Pragg. Vaikanze winning it. Then after that, Pragg Masters almost winning it. I mean, at the end, he lost out the race to Arvind. Then here he's already started out really well. I don't think Pragg has any real huge worries here, guys. Look at this Pragg. Okay, I mean, I can't even say that he has worries, but I don't know who's playing for a win. For example, I was wondering if f4 makes any sense here. f4 to destabilize this knight. Check, knight here, rook a3 or maybe bishop c4, putting pressure. Fe, knight e6, rook a6. I don't know. Yeah, this could get very, very interesting, this endgame. It will depend a lot on who is playing for the win, who is being more ambitious here. But Pragg could get his chance here. Sagar by Arjun Erigais is playing Delhi Open. I would be super, super impressed if Arjun decides to play Delhi Open. Because that tournament, I mean, is such a tough event. I don't know if I can check Delhi Open 2025 on chess results. But if Arjun is playing here, no, right now his name is not there, guys. I think there was this press release by the Uzbekistan tournament, right? That's happening, where 4 Indians are playing and 4 Uzbek players are playing, and they said that Arjun is traveling from Delhi there. So, but should be an error, I feel. Yathat says he's playing. It's updated in chess results. Really? I don't see it. Actually, I have it open here. It says SL Narayanan is the top seed. It's a great event, by the way. Diptayan, Abhijit, Sethu, Petrosian, Levon, Bansulai, Grigorian, Karen, Luca Paichadze. But Pragg next tournament. I think for Pragg, he will play the Stepan Avagian Memorial. This will happen later this month when and it will overlap with Norway chess. Stepan Avagian Memorial is very interesting because there are all these players in the range of 2650 to 2700 who are there. Sam Savian is playing, and then the Armenian players are there. And Pragg and Arvind are playing. And I feel that Pragg and Arvind, the major reason for them choosing these events is definitely FIDE circuit. I think Pragg is making this huge calls this year that he doesn't want to miss out on the chance to qualify to the candidates. Thank you so much. When is the next freestyle tournament? The next freestyle tournament is अभी तो है नहीं correct. Next freestyle tournament will happen in Las Vegas, guys. It is in July. Is it possible to see Pragg versus Gukesh as the World Championship finals? It is possible, guys. If Pragg is right now leading the FIDE circuit, if he wins it, then plays the candidates with all his experience of last time, he could do a good job. But also this time, Arjun Erigaisi will make a dash for it, and we'll have Nodirbek, we will have other people, like it'll be fun. Also, Grand Swiss is a very interesting event where you play good 11 rounds and you can make it to the candidates. So that, like Vidit had last time won Grand Swiss and made it.
Okay, so Pragg's position is pretty equalish, yeah?
Yeah,
But he's a
but
pawn
it's Amruta.
down.
He's
Oh,
exchange up.
No.
Actually, this game can get very interesting because it's very unclear who is pressing here. For example, if I take rook takes a6, which looks really good, rook c3 check, knight d3. Now I'm threatening, let's say I'm pawn up. I mean, now pawns are also equal, so I'm exchange up. So rook c2, threatening a mate on e2.
Oh, I thought
Knight
one
e5
second,
is
knight
hanging.
c2 you were not looking at, yeah?
Yeah. No, that's free. Rook is there.
No, knight c2 check, na?
But that just lost. e5 is hanging.
Okay. Got it. Oh, by the way, also Gukesh's game is going on and he was in trouble, yeah? Oh yeah, he's in trouble. Queen h8. Check.
Pragg
What did he play?
He captured
He
the pawn.
took the pawn. Oh, MVL is only 40 seconds, but 41st move
Yeah.
this is. And Pragg has 20. This was 23, na? Now he used 7 minutes around. Got it. If anybody has chances still, whom would you prefer? White or black? Oh, Vaishali also won.
I
Right.
do like White's chances here, Amruta.
You think White has chances, yeah?
Yeah.
Because if you okay, now that after this pawn is also captured.
My analysis was that Black's possibility of creating counterplay lies with bishop coming to c4, rook coming to c3. Like these are the counter-attacking moves. But White has knight d3 to meet it and pawn to f4. So these are the moves that White has prepared.
Yeah, and also because of this g5 pawn, maybe if two rooks come together for white, maybe the king could get in trouble. Like imagine this knight on f6. Oops, let's say the knight is on f6. Then already there is some trouble, yeah, for the king. And to reach here, we need to go backward. And guys, this is actually a possibility. Look at this. Wow. And so this is going to go long. Actually, this game is going to go long. Everyone, did you
Both.
all have dinner? How are you all?
Yeah.
Both the games are going to go down. Sagar, if you close your eyes for one moment, I want to ask you a question. It's an insane question. Can I ask you?
Yes.
Okay, don't look, okay? Yeah.
Nirupan Raju says, Sagar, since you were mentioning about mother's role in Indian chess community earlier. Yeah, but what's the next point, Nirupan?
Okay. Here, white to play, Sagar. Hello, side by side.
Yeah.
Pause ही कर दिया.
Black
White to play.
has f4 as a quite a big threat here. I mean, not a threat, but it's possible. I was thinking if g4 makes sense.
Wow. This is what happened. Wesley played it today
Wow.
with Fabi, and
Because
you know,
f4 knight f5.
Fabi took 40 minutes here. It was a complete shocker.
Yeah.
And right now we are at this position where Wesley is only it's like slightly better. I don't know whether this can be converted or not, but Fabi managed, yeah. Otherwise he was in pretty much of a time trouble.
Wow.
So amazing.
It's
Fabi.
difficult to beat Fabi.
Yep, that was the question. Going back to so Gukesh has given this check, and now only move, of course, because what if you go king d5 and try to go towards the b3 pawn? Is there a problem? Yeah, because now if you give this check on d7, yes, I can't go here because then you pick this up. No, but there is knight b4. One
No,
second.
queen
King,
f7, Amruta.
queen d5 भी तो है ना यहाँ पे. क्या?
You lose the queen.
Oh, what to play, guys? What to play? I blundered. Can you find it?
Sohit
Upendra,
says,
Pia, Laruna, Digitalogy, Sai Prasad, Rohan, Lakshmi, Priyansh. Well done, guys. B3 and you lose the queen. क्या बोला सोहित?
Nirupan Raju says, because it's Mother's Day today, I would like to remind about Arvind Chidambaram's mother. I have seen her accompanying him alone in tournaments that he played in and around Madurai before 2010. Yeah. In fact, Amruta shared a room with Arvind and his mother.
Arvind was very little, no? 10
Yeah.
10 years old, I think.
Arvind was like, it was 2010. So Arvind was, I think, 10 or 11 years old.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, this move that Duda has played has given Gukesh drawing chances.
Oh, he didn't find
Because
a
he didn't
only
play
move.
King e7. Because this was perhaps the way to hold. I mean, to try for a win with Bishop d8 and no more checks.
Oh, and look at Gukesh. He, I think, spots it. He's very much, like I said,
Yeah.
back to the game.
Because now
So,
check.
what is the... Wait a second. Let me
You
find
can't
it.
go to the dark square because of check. I mean, you can, but maybe you can. I don't know.
Wait. Okay, basically you have 1, 2, 3,
You
4.
check.
है ना? So if you go back, then same ना, queen c8 check. No, यहाँ पे तो queen e8 check.
Yeah.
But if I go king h7, then e4 is hanging. And if I go king g7, again queen e7 is forced. You'll keep giving check. If I go king g6, then you again have queen e6 check. I can't go here. So king g7, again this check. Okay, what if I would go, let's say, king f6? King f6 ko queen d6 check. One more time the same idea. Because now, if king f7, so basically d7 ka check you cannot really get rid. If you go back in the middle, queen e7 and block it, then comes queen f5.
And now king e8.
King e8. Okay, queen
C8.
c8.
Bishop d8.
Oh, nice.
Queen c6.
Queen d7. Nice. Then queen e4.
King f7 or queen d5.
Now queen. No, but queen d5 is nice because if queen e6, there is queen d8.
And a2.
This is cool.
Well, Gukesh has escaped once again, guys. At least for now, it seems so. He might be able to hold a draw.
No, you know what? Because when he played this move, no, queen d7, he did like, adjust his chair, did his like blazer like this. Was again like in that position where you could sense that he's sensing a draw. But I think what the computer was saying to go king e7 and king f8 wasn't so easy for Duda, no? Like in that position.
Yeah, it all looks
if you
the
look
same.
Here,
It looks the same.
It's not so easy. Why king e7 is important? I think because the queen is thrown out for the check. Like queen b7 dena pad raha hai. And now again when you go back to f8, for what reason king f6 doesn't work, we'll check out. But when you go back to f8, now even if you give this check, queen c8, here it was an important moment. Which the bishop goes back to d8. And you have no check with the queen. Everything is controlled. So a question here is, when he went queen d7 check, now if king g8, there is no bishop d8 option when you give queen e8 check. That's why this was little too much. I think that's why Duda missed it. A bit too much. Very deep. And so many moments we can see tactics happening for the a2 knight. So the LPDO is a concept which you have to keep in mind. E4 is also LPDO. A2 is also LPDO.
Amruta, Sohit says,
Hi
have
Sagar
one
bhai,
doubt.
I have one doubt. Why didn't any esport teams go for Gukesh or Pragg yet? Very shocked. Maybe Gukesh is slightly weak in first format, so for him it's understandable. But Pragg, maybe they would also say they would have said no. I'm sure people would have approached.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
I'm also like surprised that Pragg hasn't been signed up until now, because I think the time control of 10+0 that is there in the EWC finals is something that may not be to Gukesh's liking, with like straight finish rapid, like it's blitz only. But Pragg is definitely a great rapid and blitz player, so maybe there still could be some announcements, before this tournament, which is starting on I think it's starting on the 21st, 22nd, I think. No, 18th.
Which one? CCD? Yeah,
18th. By the way, the Pragg has drawn the game.
Oh, it's done?
Very surprised.
कभी repeat किया क्या यहाँ पे?
Check. And Pragg could have blocked with the knight, but instead preferred king d2.
But king d2 rook f3 को क्या हो रहा है?
I think he just didn't. MVL also didn't want to risk this, because like this is good position for white.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting. I think also this game they both would be very tired because बहुत ज़्यादा calculation था. The middle game was insane with calculations.
So good news for Pragg fans here.
Also, it looked unclear in a way. So I'm sure like Pragg is nowadays not going for draw. In fact, he is stretching. But over here, I believe they were also tired and the position objectively was pretty unclear in the sense maybe.
Yeah.
Whatever. So that's why I drew. Shreyan says, Sagar bhai, can someone improve in chess from scratch by just using books, online videos, and training on their own? Absolutely.
Today there was one boy who had come from a town called Gondia, which is near Nagpur, 3 hours away from Nagpur. His name was Sarth. And he right now has no coach. He's just improving, watching all the videos of Levi, Hikaru. He also mentioned Botes. Like, there were so many videos he's watching. And he was good actually. He was solving all the positions. So actually I gave him a few books to study. And now maybe if he finishes those books, maybe at some point he could approach a coach.
Which ones did you give?
Chess tactics from scratch. 100 endgames you must know. And one more was something new. It was called Traps and Tricks in Openings by Dean Ippolito.
Nice. Very cool. Awesome. So Sagar, this is going towards a draw. Was the food enough?
Yeah, very nice food. It's amazing.
Rice कच्चा नहीं था ना मैंने
बहुत सही था.
ठीक है चलो. So queen d7 check के बाद. Now one more question to you is, can I try to go king g6? ये तो simple ही gone है ना, because here you are just picking this knight. King f6 we saw already. King f6, queen d6.
King g8 maybe. Again, there is queen d. The problem is, in many lines you are dropping that knight, as people mentioned in the chat, LPDO.
Yeah, but why not, like, look at this, no? This position is only except for your queen on b7 in that variation where black was winning, the queen is on d7. With this
now
difference,
bishop d6, you have some big attack. Like here, there's a very cute move.
no, you have to be very
King
accurate
f1.
still. Actually, this
With
is
the
not
idea
easy.
of check. But even if I gave check, Amruta, here.
Which check? Queen c8 check is mistake, you know?
BD8, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I give this check. And you go back. And then I thinking this check. Or maybe even this crazy move because of the idea of this.
Wow, queen g6 is so cool. But it's tough calculations ahead. This is a critical position, Sagar. Queen d7, king
Yeah.
f8 is critical. यहाँ पे white, like यहाँ पे Gukesh will
And
still have to
Duda is
find.
only 13 minutes now.
But this is after 40 moves, you mean? Oh.
He plays
Oh, he played queen d7, but then to queen f5.
check, very quickly played by Gukesh.
Now king e8, obviously, he may go. Ooh.
But Amruta, king e8, bit worrisome, right? Queen c8.
That variation which we are looking at, bishop d8, queen c6 check, king f7, king f8 has bishop d6 now, king f7 and queen d5, queen e6 cannot be played. Yeah, ye wala.
So you may have to go queen d7 and then they take with a check and yeah.
By the way, this
Still
is
a-
also you have to fight, no? You're a piece down. And once the knight comes in the game, the compensation is that the knight is away. Knight is on a vacation, like Harshit Bhai. बट एक बार आ जाएगा तो फिर साइमल शुरू हो जाएगा फटाफट so
I might not be surprised if they just agree to repetition, Amruta. Check. And here agree to a draw.
really
Could happen.
oh yeah ye Loggy Techie says I finished the 3rd place in tournament which has happened in Dharapuram in Tirupur district of Tamil Nadu.
Oh wow.
Very cool.
Congrats.
Oh yeah, he plays queen. Really? They're gonna repeat?
Because
But then
already
if you want to repeat, then at least king f8 is still the best try, right? You have to, like, there's no risk over there.
now not no. Because now the queen is on f6. So now after this you can't go king f8, I believe, because now the bishop is no
Oh.
longer pinned. I could give a check. Although even this
King
position is
g8.
not sure. Like there are no more checks perhaps.
No, in fact, the bishop on d6 could be loose also.
Yeah.
Without moving the bishop, do you have checks? Perpetual draw?
This is
Oh,
not-
check. The way to bishop g3 pe is a good shield. Norway is from 27th of May, guys. Very important tournament where Pragg and Gukesh will be playing with.
No, Arjun and Gukesh.
Oh, Arjun and Gukesh and Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano. Crazy. Yeah, so queen f6. Why is Gukesh thinking? Because he has the only move over here. Nothing else is gonna work. Don't tell me. Will he be thinking of queen h7? Because, yeah, one trick was that if you see this, queen h7, no, it cannot even be a photographic draw. So no, he's not thinking of queen f7. Queen h7. Itachi says Pragg defeated Magnus and Fabi in Norway last year. Still not invited. Oh yeah. Yeah, maybe actually because last year was Pragg. Before that was Gukesh. Where I remember Gukesh versus Magnus ended, the classical game ended in a draw. Then they played an Armageddon, which was also very interesting. Gukesh actually finished 3rd. He played really well. So this year Arjun is getting chance for the first time, which is amazing, very important. And I think as a world champion, Gukesh will also be invited. What happens is generally now we have these 3 guys absolutely on top. It becomes difficult for let's say a tournament with 6 people, 6 players. To have 3 Indian players becomes too much. Travel with me asks Amruta, even if after one piece down, why is the position equal? Because of the checks. We call them perpetual checks. They are getting repeated. Black is unable to get out of those checks. Because if he tries, then there are these tactics where You lose the knight and so on.
So they are
So-
repeating, right? Or
No,
Gukesh is not
Gukesh is
playing?
not playing queen d7, and that's what I'm wondering, because I hope he's not thinking about queen takes c4 here. But Sagar, there were some moments when you are capturing on e4 and it's equal, okay? But here when you capture, the knight is coming back to b4. Whereas after queen f6, if you give queen d7 check, let's say you went queen e7, queen f5, king e8, yeah? Queen c8 check, bishop d8, queen c6, queen d7. And now when you are capturing on e4,
Mhm.
it's with a check. So when the king moves to f8,
Maybe-
let's say,
Yeah, it's all one
Why is it a draw?
tempo.
Why is it a draw? Because you don't have a check now with white.
Well, black pieces are a little worse
But
position.
one move I need, knight to b4.
Yeah.
I'm getting it? No, I'm not getting it, because queen g6, I just showed that move is so powerful with the check. Now if I go back knight b4, check, bishop e7,
Queen f6, king e8,
forced,
queen h8.
forced.
He did play king d7, queen d7.
Okay, good. But still, I think some work is required. It's not like draw.
Draw.
Acha, but this guy's not even playing something else.
Yeah, he's happy.
Why
with that.
Duda should try, no?
No, I think he's happy. Also, Amruta, it's very difficult to know for the players that they were actually better there.
Ah. Yeah, capturing on e4 with a check is important. Then it works. Manasvi says, all the best, Sagar, for your US versus India match. Excited to see you on the other side and cheer for you. Oh.
Yes, I will train for the event for sure. I won't go without training.
Oh yeah. Chalo, that was a good save. Maybe they never thought they were in trouble. ऐसा भी
Huge
हो
save actually. If Duda now changes the move, and Gukesh is actually seeing if it's already threefold.
So then he has to call the arbiter again.
Because look at this, Amruta. Right now, 1, 2, and now if queen e7, he can claim.
Against Deac to huge save.
Again, the arbiter is being called here. Gukesh pauses the clock and says, I'm going to play queen f5. The arbiter makes the move. Guys, by now you should have learned how to claim threefold repetition. Don't offer a draw, like don't make the move. Just pause the clock, write down your move, tell the arbiter you're going to play this. Because once you make the move, you can't claim a draw. Your move is done.
He's asking him, I think, why didn't you play?
King f8. I don't know when. Queen
Yeah,
d7,
3 out
king
of.
f8, he's saying.
Oh.
King d7, king f8.
So basically, Fabi, Pragg, and MVL were on 2.5 out of 4, and
Yeah. All
Fabi
have
is still playing, but 4 games have ended in draw, and mostly Fabi's game could end in a draw. In that case, the standings say the same.
yeah.
But I think the highlight of the day was definitely looking at the knight off in.
Nice smile on
Pragg's.
Gukesh's face, yeah, by the way, right now. Gukesh and Duda.
Yeah, I
Of
think
course.
one thing about Gukesh here is he's being in a sportsman spirit, every round as well.
Yeah, good move.
Whatever, yeah. Very cool.
For Gukesh, he's on 4 draws and 1 loss before the rest day. Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa has 4 draws and 1 win. So both of them separated by each other by 1 point.
And what about Caruana? Is it actually a draw?
Yeah, this should be holdable, but I think Wesley
But
can.
Wesley can really annoy Caruana, I think. Because that F pawn looks like, towards the end when you are tired, and if that F pawn is around F6,
Yeah.
deadly हो सकता है. Deadly तो हो ही सकता है.
Raghav says with its next tournament after Sigaman, so he will play Sigaman and then he will also play World Rapid and Blitz Team Championship. He's playing in the team of Kramnik, Divya. I think there are many good players in that team. And one amazing news is Vishy Anand is playing this time in the World Rapid and Blitz teams. I have applied for my UK visa. So I'll be going to London in June to cover the event on ground. Not live commentary, but we'll do like on ground coverage. So that is, it's rapid and blitz and it's generally very quick. Maybe Amruta might do commentary from home. I don't know. She generally does something.
But we'll get a camera?
I don't know.
How about even without cameras?
Yeah.
Yes, what would you prefer for Norway? Like, would you prefer if there is commentary without camera, or would you prefer to see quick video content? And also, Shreyan asks, what are your thoughts about the Grandmaster Preparation series?
Very nice. They are excellent books. They are very useful in general. And I think for any serious player, it's a great resource of great positions. Especially calculation is something that helps you to get better at calculation, and positional play. The second book is very good at positional play. I still remember the second book. I was playing a tournament and studying it in Dubai. There are 150 positions in it towards the end, and I would take 6 positions every day for like 25 days and finish that. And you always had to ask these 3 questions: what are the weaknesses in the position, what is my worst placed piece, and what is my opponent's idea. And then you get to know what to do, and I enjoyed the book a lot. So yeah, some very good stuff there.
Cool. Vaishal is also winning very
Completely
clearly.
winning.
38th move, in fact 40th move tak it may even end. Maybe your opponent may resign in 2-3
Now
moves.
it's mate in 5.
Yeah, now she will resign.
King g8, maybe just queen g6, or should I go check? King f7, queen f4, followed by queen f8.
So today camp, anything else you have
Oh,
to share with us?
yeah, in the camp, Amruta, it was just amazing today. I had some great moments there.
She won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just very grateful that I could meet so many people. And by the way, Zhu Jinner is beating Maria Muzichuk.
Oh, yesterday she
Zhu
beat
Jiner-
Vaishali
Yeah,
actually.
Zhu
They didn't
Jiner
end
is
in a
just
draw.
right now maybe
Finest, yeah.
after Zhu Wenjun and Tan Zhongyi, she might be the best player in the world right now.
But Humpy beat her, so no. Humpy
Yeah.
is there with her.
Humpy, of course, one of the best.
Ankit says you were referring to which book just now? He was talking about Jakob Agard's book. Which one?
Grandmaster Preparation second book, which is called Positional Play.
Yeah, he has had Grandmaster Preparation is a series. Over there you have positional play, strategic play, attack and defense. Then
Endgame play
endgame play.
and thinking
And thinking inside the
box.
box is also part of that, right? So these Jakob Agard books are all amazing. They're little, I mean, they're not beginnerish or early intermediate. It can be a little bit advanced intermediate can be good.
What a nice tactic, Amruta. Did you see this?
Mhm.
This is so cute.
I saw the Queen G7 one, we were there on the moment.
Yeah, here, then here.
King Pawn endgame is
Yeah.
winning. Yeah. In Grand Prix points, Anna is first currently. Zoom Jinner might cross Goryachkina close second, says Itachi. क्या बात है? What about the men's Grand Prix points? Christine asks, what's a good beginner or intermediate book? Yeah, by the way, My System is also a very good book. My System and Soviet Chess Primer. These are also very good books. They have all the elements. My System is like a classics kind of a thing. Aaron Nimzovich had written that the first time. It's like the imbalances kind of a thing, but the first one which he had written. So it's a very good book.
Yeah, Amruta, I can share some moments from the camp today.
Yes, please. Will you commentate in European Championship in October? No, I don't think.
Most likely not.
October or European मुश्किल है.
Because there would be Grand Swiss also at that point.
Hmm.
I think so, during the same time.
And there are these beginner books where you have these tactics like 1001 and so are specific. So sometimes if you are a good planner or you want like every day a specific thing, like a woodpecker method also has tactics, then you can, as Sagar said, you can plan it very easily, taking 6 positions a day and solving it. Those are good ideas.
Yeah. I don't know where to even begin today's day because it was so amazing. Like I can start with I can start with this picture, which is of a lady whom I met.
Can't hear, please increase the sound a bit, Mantra.
Yeah, can you hear us? Yeah, so she was like Amruta around 60 plus years old, I think. And she was there and she was just wanted to learn all the things. And it
Wow.
was so nice.
Look
And
at
then
that kid.
and then immediately you can see on the next table there was this little kid who was like 1 year old trying to learn chess, or 2 year old, I don't know. Then I mean
No,
there's
she's playing so seriously.
yeah, there's this very nice picture of this little girl playing so seriously here. And after that's her father actually, and her opponent is very well known Rajagopalan. I mean, whom we know very well. Then we had this very nice. This is Yash, who organized the solving contest today, Amruta. It was a very
Wow.
nice solving contest. A lot of people took part, more than 30. It was compositions, and he has all the answer sheets with him. Then we have these kids from the children's home who have now become so good, they want to all the time keep solving. So
Also this girl who had come, and actually the thing is I met her today after perhaps 15 years.
What?
And she used to come to this
Ghatkopar
I knew her, yeah, maybe before. And like there was such a big rush of people wanting the sheets to solve. Like it was tremendous. Amruta. Today maybe we had close to 130-40 registrations.
Oh wow.
And more people, some people, they come 4 at a time and register with one. So that
So
I'm sure
cool.
there were 200-300 people there.
Venkateshwar Rao, the book is there on ChessBase India. That book I will put the link of traps and tricks wala. Maybe later we'll put the link. Kaustubh says today met Sagar Bhai and his team at Phoenix Market City, and it was amazing to see them working so hard and meeting all the kids and teach them chess puzzles and moves. My son was happy to meet you. Kaustubh
Thank
Sidha
you.
hai.
Thank
Arey,
you.
so sweet.
Also, Amruta, these 2 mothers were there and they were so
Oh.
interested. They are also taking coaching.
Baap re.
Yeah, it was so
What?
nice. It was amazing. And then we have some veterans also at our club who come almost every day. They also come to Temple of Chess and they are like fully engrossed in playing. And
Oh my God.
we had also our team member, by the way, guys. She writes a lot of articles on ChessBase India. Rasika, right in the middle, and with her family there. Her that's her brother there. Then we have. I today met 2 people. That's Nirmit and Akash, and they go to St. Jude's home to teach chess to kids who have been affected by cancer. So it was very nice to
Wow.
meet. And Amruta, here is one trivia for you, and maybe chat might know him, but who is he? He was on our stream many times, like in the chat.
Oh really?
Yes,
In the chat.
yeah.
Yet I'm bad at names.
Shiv Shom.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
really?
He's now in IIT.
Of course, I mean, he used to play since childhood.
Yeah.
Tanshu, to kitni bar khela. But he was in US, no?
No.
He was always in IIT.
Yeah. And by the way, here we see such intensity with Bug House. And then there was this one kid who had a fracture, but he was still like playing. And yeah, it was nice actually, Amruta. We had our team members here who are always working very, very hard. That is Ravindra ji on the left, then Ankush, Tanmesh, Pranali. So it was very cool, and then I joined them here. Yes, it was very nice.
Wonderful.
Yeah, there are
Shrikant
all
says it was so good to meet you today. I came from Navi Mumbai with my son Varun. He felt so good and enjoyed after leaving chess a year ago.
Yeah, it's just a very feel good place. So if you are in and around Mumbai, come. There are 3 more days left. And like this is the vibe you have. Everyone's working, helping each other, learning. This is the smiles on everyone's face. This is what we have always wanted to create, an atmosphere where everyone helps each other. And that's what the big chess camp is all about.
Wonderful.
So very happy there. And
Sridhar is asking, what is this Temple of Chess?
Temple of Chess is a place which we have created a space here nearby in Vidyavihar where people can come and just it's like you can worship chess there. So it's open to all. You can come
You can
and
learn chess.
there are more than 1,000 books. You can take any book, study. It's like a chess library, you can say, but there are people, you can play there. There's also our team member, Neeraj, who is there always to help you if you ask him which books to read and so on. And yeah.
Oh, amazing. Okay, wonderful photos, wonderful updates, and very nice to see you guys also mentioning that you went there and met Sagar.
Srijita says, "What an amazing camp! I am from Kolkata. Hope I can be there and meet you guys someday."
Oh.
Thank you. Yes,
But maybe in Kolkata
I
also
hope-
to do it.
No,
could be
I'm-
possible.
I'm
We have
just-
such a big
I'm
team
just
over
hoping. You know, Amruta, the thing is, this camp cannot be created. It has to flow, because the vibe that you see here, it can't be like we will do there. We have to find people who will do it. They just have to be feeling that
there. करना है
something
है
like
ना, होएगा ना,
hoga
obviously.
some point.
Amazing. मजा आ गया. Guys, Sharjah में आए हुए gonna commentate. Sharjah will have our team over there who will be.
Himank is there. He's alone actually. He's also
in fact
reached.
he's going Asian.
He reached already. So from today, I think we'll have also Asian ka thoda coverage.
Yep. So I think Sharjah starts from 18th, yeah, 19th. It ends on 26th. Correct. I think it starts something 5 days before, 6 days.
Okay, Amruta, I'm going to
End
the stream,
Yes,
and
yes.
thank you guys. Thank you all for all your support.
Standings are the same except for half a point extra. So in PowerPoint, if you show them main scene once, PowerPoint. Same standings. I mean, MVL, Pragg, and Caruana will be on 3 out
Caruana
of
is
5.
still playing, so I
Okay.
don't know.
Then,
But Wesley might join if he wins.
oh yeah.
But Pragg and MVL are still leading with 3 points, and Gukesh is right now on 2. So it's not very far away from the leader. One here,
Because interesting is normally one player is playing really bad in the tournament, but here it's not like that.
no, all
They're
are so.
So you can't make a target out of somebody easily.
Yeah. Okay, guys, take care.
Bye.
Thank you all, and see you very, very soon. Bye bye.
18th is the simul.